typically during our regular board meetings, but we only have one this month, and certainly members of our commission wanted to make sure that Robin received her flowers before the end of the year. With that, our clergy is not able to be here today, so in lieu of that, we will have a moment of silence, and I will ask that you please remember those impacted by the recent school shooting as we take our moment of silence. Thank you. You may please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our meeting is now officially called to order, and I will turn things over to John Peterson, our zoning manager, to walk us through today's agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time. There's not a process to rebut what was said previously. So you want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person here wishing to speak on a specific case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. Madam Chair and Board, there are 4 cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z40 of 2024, Elite Engineering. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Next case is rezoning case Z64 of 2024, Lost Mountain Baptist Church Incorporated. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Next case is rezoning case Z66 of 2024, Wanuka Rao. This case was withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. And rezoning case Z70 of 2024, Resi Build. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, we did get some requests late to withdraw some other cases, so I'm going to go through these real quick. The applicant has asked that rezoning case Z62 of 2024, Scott Moore, be withdrawn, and the applicant's representative is present. So the staff would ask the board to withdraw Z62 of 2024 without prejudice.
One moment, John. Okay, yes, Commissioner Gambrill.
I'd like to make a motion to withdraw Z62 of 2024 without prejudice.
Second. Discussion.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And if the clerk could also record my statement as is on file. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone here for Z62? All right, thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second. No further discussion. We'll call the question. And the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next case is SLEP 12 of 2024, CSS Transportation LLC. Madam Chair and Board, the applicant has requested this case be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, one moment, John. Okay, Commissioner Sheffield.
I make a motion. I hit the wrong button. I make a motion to withdraw SLUP 12 2024 without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion of the board? Is there anyone here in the audience for SLUP 12? Okay, okay, thank you. And I presume you're aware of this withdrawal today? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, commissioners, I call the question. All right, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, last case I have for withdrawal is other business item number 44 of 2024, Hilltop Rough Snow LLC and Hilltop TIC LP. The applicant has asked this case be withdrawn without prejudice, Madam Chair and Board, and this is in District 4.
Okay, Commissioner Sheffield.
I make a motion to withdraw OB 44, 2024 without prejudice.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? I will just ask the district commissioner or John that the active stipulations will still need to be met from the prior zoning case.
Correct. With this withdrawal, it goes back to code enforcement then.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here from this zoning case? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Commissioners, I call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next, there are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Flournoy Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z37 of 2024, Bosco IKEA Kananen. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the February 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z37 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z43 of 2024, Campus Realty Advisors, LLC. This case was continued by staff until the February 18th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So Z43 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z44 of 2024, Manor Restorations, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z63 of 2024, Whataburger Restaurants, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z63 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z68 of 2024, Saks Austell, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z68 of 2024 will not be heard today. SLEP 9 of 2024, Campus Realty Advisors, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 18th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So SLEP 9 of 2024 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 73 of 2024, Whataburger Restaurants, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 18th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 73 of 2024 will not be heard today. Before we start the hearing, I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phones on mute. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for December 17th, 2024. First case on consent is rezoning case Z67 of 2024, MSC Naples LLC. Request rezoning from PSC to CRC for an event center as an additional tenant in land lots 557 and 558 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Sandy Plains Road at the terminus of Postal Trip Road north of Kinjack Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z67 to the CRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, closing hours of the event center shall be no later than 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, and Sunday hours shall be 12 p.m. or noon until 9 p.m. Number 2, the space shall be used as an event center only. Number 3, staff comments, recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z67? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z69 of 2024.
Excuse me, John, let me make sure the commissioner doesn't have anything to add.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the proposed hours are correct, that Planning Commission set,
That's correct.
and any of the stipulations be enforced. And there was one, I think in the discussion at Planning Commission, there was a question about the noise or insulation or soundproof, something, and I didn't know what the applicant is willing to do with regard to that being an event center.
I believe the applicant was okay with adding some noise insulation to prevent noise from escaping from the rear of the building, which is where the residents are.
Okay. Is the applicant agreeable to that? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, but-
So does that need to be added to your steps, or
No,
just Planning Commission recommendation?
Yeah, just leave it as it is, because it's in the staff recommendations, which the planning commission included as a general condition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yes, just when someone affirms something from the audience, you may need to repeat it so it can be heard on audio. So he affirmed it.
Okay. Can the applicant affirm that stipulation? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, he said yes. Yes, he said yes. Yep, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z69 of 2024. EDM Holdings LLC requests rezoning from GC to NRC for a freestanding climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 13 and 60 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road, north of Cobb Cherokee Industrial Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z69 to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the district commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number 2, the district commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number 3, the district commissioner to approve the lighting plan. Number 4, landscaping plan to be approved by the county arborist with an emphasis on planting within the parking facilities. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 6, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 7, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 8, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z69? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, Commissioner Braun.
Yes, I just wanted to make everyone aware that this property was on the 2012-13 redevelopment list for Canton Road. So it's good to see it finally being developed. Thank you.
Okay, next case is LUP 42 of 2024. Adebanjo Ewedemi requests a temporary land use permit to allow 6 patients in a group home in lieu of 4 patients in land lots 714 and 767 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of Powder Springs Road and Curtis Road, south of Chauncey Lane. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 42 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. Number 2, no more than 6 residents. Number 3, maintain all state and county required permits. Number 4, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 5, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 6, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number 7, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 42? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case is LEP 43 of 2024. Luis Aldridge requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 708 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southeast side of Olin Circle, south of Powell Wright Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 43 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on October 2nd, 2024. Number two, maximum of 6 cars be kept on the property with 4 outside and 2 kept in the garage. Number three, no parking in the right-of-way. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 43? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 44 of 2024, Living Hope Lutheran Church, requests a temporary land use permit renewal for an early childhood learning center in land lot 201 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of McDobbs Road, the north side of Stylesboro Road, northwest of the intersection of McDobbs Road and Stylesboro Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of lot 44 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division October 3rd, 2024. And number two, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 44? Let the record show there's no one opposed. SLEP 11 of 2024, EDM Holdings LLC, requests a special land use permit for a freestanding climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 13 and 60 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road, north of Cobb Cherokee Industrial Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of SLUP 11, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number two, the District Commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number three, District Commissioner to approve the lighting plan. Number four, landscaping plan to be approved by the county arborist with an emphasis on planting within the parking facilities. Number five, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number six, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number seven, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number eight, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLEP 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into other business cases on the consent agenda. First case is other business item number 75 of 2024, which is to consider approving the site plan for Hammocks of East Cobb Propco LLC regarding rezoning case number 128 of 1980. The property is located on the west side of Johnson Ferry Road, north of Roswell Road, in land lots 830 and 831 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division November 12th, 2024, with the District Commissioner approving the final site plan. Number two, front setback reduced to 40 feet. Number three, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. And number four, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 75?
Okay.
We have one opposed, Madam Chair and Board, so we'll pull that one off the consent agenda.
Okay.
Other business item number 76 of 2024 is to consider a reduction of required minimum public road frontage from 75 feet to 24 feet for Timothy Hagan. The property is located at the end of Adams Place, south of Angla Drive, in land lot 241 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number two, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number three, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 76? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 78 of 2024 is to consider a reduction of minimum lot size from 20,000 square feet to 16,163 square feet for tract 1, and a front setback variance for tract 2 from 40 feet to 12 feet for Joselio Cruz. The property is located at the southwesterly intersection of Pisgah Road and Dillon Road in land lot 265 of the 18th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. The lot size for tract 1 is reduced to 16,163 square feet. Number two, the front setback for tract 2 is reduced to 12 feet. Number three, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number four, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Number five, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number six, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 78? Let the record show no one opposed.
And Chair, I'd like to add some stipulations to OB 78.
Okay, go ahead.
Home to be painted white as stated by Mr. Napshkin, which is the applicant. The maximum size of the home to be no greater than 1,800 square feet. The home is to be substantially similar to the rendering submitted by the applicant, and I will provide a copy to the clerk. A landscape plan for both lots to be submitted to the Mableton Improvement Coalition for comment and to the District Commissioner for approval no later than January 10th, 2025, and the District Commissioner to approve elevation materials.
Okay, for the applicant, are you amenable to those additional stipulations? We are. Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that they are agreeing with those stipulations that were just added.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last case on consent is other business item number 79 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required minimum public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet for the estate of Sam Penland Hensley Sr. The property is located off a private easement on the west side of Old Mountain Road in land lots 282, 283, 288, and 289 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the remaining property is permitted to have 0 feet of public road frontage. Number two, site plan received by the zoning division November 13th, 2024. Number three, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number four, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number five, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 79? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda on the printed consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, are there any other changes needed to consent? Commissioner Gambrill.
Yes, I would like to add OSC 1-2024 to the consent agenda item. I need to read in a lengthy list of stipulations because as was approved by the Planning Commission is no longer applicable. Did you?
Okay, let me go ahead and read that one to the record, see if there's anyone opposed to it.
Okay.
OSC 1 of 2024, Poston Properties Incorporated, request a rezoning from R30 to R30 OSC for single-family residences in land lots 62 and 87 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Midway Road, south of Dallas Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to OSC 1?
Okay.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I have given each of my fellow board members a list of the stipulations because, like I said, it is quite lengthy. And this has been agreed to by the applicant and the opposition. And then after I make my motion and a vote is taken, I would like to take a moment of privilege on this application, please. So for the clerk, my motion is the subject property to be approved R30 open space community, a maximum of 40 R30 OSC lots that will contain only one single-family residential unit per lot. Any such conservation easement must be executed and recorded before final plat is approved. 4, Department of Transportation, Water and Sewer Division, Stormwater Management Division, and Fire Department comments and recommendations. Note, as of this approval, staff has not been able to review the new proposed site plan. However, the applicant has had comments regarding site development, and these comments remain in effect per Cobb County Code and Ordinance. 5, applicant agrees to construct a minimum of 4 homes between 22 and 2,500 square feet, and a minimum of 6 homes will be between 2,500 and 2,800 square feet. 6, the proposed residence shall be traditional and craftsman in style, and architecture will have a minimum 2-car garage, which shall not be converted to heated, cooled living space. The exterior materials shall be consist of brick, stone, stacked stone, cedar shake, board and batten, and hardy plank finishes with complementary accents or combination thereof. No vinyl siding material shall be used on the exterior of the proposed residence. The residence shall be substantially similar in style and architecture to the elevations depicted in Exhibit B of a letter dated December 11, 2024, from J. Kevin Moore. The District Commissioners shall have final approval of home elevations which are materially different than the elevations attached collectively as Exhibit B. 7, all homes within the proposed community shall be for sale residents. There shall be no more than 10% of the homes leased at any one time, and such restrictions shall be included in the declaration of covenants, easements, and restrictions. 8, creation of a mandatory homeowner property owners association. The mandatory association shall be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of all common areas, open spaces, entrance areas, amenity areas, mail kiosks, buffer areas within the proposed residential community. 9, additionally, in conjunction with the creation of the mandatory homeowner/property owners association, applicant agrees to the recording of enforcement of a declaration of covenants, easements, and restrictions, which will contain covenants, rules, and regulations applicable to the proposed development. 10, the entrance signage shall be ground-based monument style and consist of brick, stone, stacked stone, stucco, or combination thereof, with accents complementary to the materials used within the community. Entrance landscaping and fencing shall be consistent with that shown on the monument sign location plan dated September 27th of 2024 and attached as Exhibit C in the letter received December 11th, 2024 by J. Kevin Moore, with final approval by the Cobb County Arborist. Maintenance of the area shall be by the mandatory homeowners/property owners association as set forth in the declaration of covenants, easements, and restrictions. 11, detention areas shall be fenced with fencing a minimum of 6 feet in height with landscaping to the exterior for the purpose of visual screening. All vegetation and landscaping surrounding the detention area shall be maintained by the mandatory homeowner property owners association. 12, a 15-foot landscape buffer to be maintained in perpetuity along Midway Road. Buffer shall include trees, shrubs, and plantings within a berm as determined by the county arborist. 13, installation of a fence along the entire length of the 100-foot undisturbed buffer that is along the southern property line adjacent to the Broadland subdivision, with the fence being on the northern buffer line. The fence shall remain in perpetuity and be maintained by the HOA/POA. 14, no variances to be granted for future installation of a bridge to cross the creek via foot, no vehicular access. 15, due to sewer easement construction and the inability to replant in the 22-foot buffer, the applicant is agreeable to planting trees in the rear of the home of Dustin and Hayden Dunn at 4512 Verdon Woods Court to provide visual screening. After the initial planting of healthy specimen tree or trees, the homeowner is responsible for future plantings. 16, the existing lake shall be evaluated hydrologically and inspected to determine its current condition and what improvements may be required for it to meet current regulations. 17, as part of the erosion and sediment control plan, at a minimum, applicant agrees to the installation of a double row of silt fencing along the limits of disturbance in the southwestern portions of the subject property or areas near or approaching stream buffers. 18, the proposed community shall have passive amenities, including but not limited to walking trails and park areas. 19, the applicant to provide to a representative of the Broadland Homeowners Association a 24-hour contact during development and construction of the proposed community. 20, applicant agrees to the development and construction hours as provided in Cobb County Code and Ordinances. 21, any and all changes shall come back to the Board of Commissioners unless otherwise noted above. And 22, the approval of the R30 open space community does not adversely impact any existing property rights or any owner in the Broadlands or the Broadlands Homeowner Association. And also for the record, the site plan dated December 12th of 2024. That is my motion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Is there a second?
Second, do we need to say staff comments not and recommendations not otherwise in conflict?
That was number 4.
Oh, that was number 4. Okay, I missed it. Usually at the end. Okay.
And the reason why I we put that like that is the site plan was revised and sent to the community over the weekend. So staff has not had an opportunity to review
Understood.
the 40-home plan. This originally started out as 48, 54 homes, I think. So it's been significantly reduced. So
Okay.
the applicant is aware of some of staff's comments, but of course they'll change given.
Appropriate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you second that prior to your comment? Okay, are there any other comments from commissioners? I believe I heard Kevin Morris, the attorney or representative. Are you amenable to those stipulations that were read in? Okay, let the record reflect that he is. All right. Commissioners, we will need a vote.
Is that the same as the letter he
This is-
submitted today?
So that is actually an email that I had sent to the applicant and the opposition last night, or actually, and then it got updated this morning. So what I provided with you is the email return from Kevin Moore stating he was agreeable to the conditions.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, are there any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Okay.
I'd like to take a moment of privilege on this application. This property, I know the community has been imposing since I started this in 2005. So this is, I think, a big win for the community today, but also I appreciate the applicant working towards maybe not affordable housing, but getting some more housing size choices, as they did agree to construct a total of 25% of these homes in a smaller square footage size, which will hopefully start addressing some of the affordable attainable housing issues. So to that, I am appreciative. And also, again, this was late night after 9 o'clock last night and then started at 6:15 this morning. So I would like to acknowledge John Peterson and then also Brian Johnson for their efforts as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, that should be added now to consent. Are there any other additional changes needed? Commissioner Sheffield.
I'd like to add Z65 Trejo Soccer to consent.
Okay.
I make a,
We go read that
Yeah.
in.
Yes.
Okay, rezoning case Z65 of 2024, Trejo Soccer Academy LLC, request rezoning from LRO to CRC for a commercial indoor recreation and assembly in land lot 107 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Lions Club Drive, north of Veterans Memorial Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z65? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
and I have some conditions to add.
Okay.
The letter of agreeable stipulations from Adam Rosen dated December 16th, 2024, with the following revisions. Revised step number 3 to reflect construction to be completed with 180 days of approval of this application. Revised step number 4 to reflect that trash and debris are to be cleared within 30 days of approval of this application, and other conditions and timeframes with stipulation number 4 to remain the same. The building occupancy is not to exceed 3 persons per parking space. Maintain the 40-foot buffer to the rear of the property. This approval is for this applicant and this applicant only. Any other use, including recreational, must be approved by the district commissioner. No building permits are to be issued before a revised site and landscape plan be submitted to the district commissioner no later than January 15th, 2024. And the tractor park on the property is to remove no later than January 15th, 2025. And let me go back to the revised site plan. That should be submitted no later than January 15th, 2025. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And
Thank
that
you,
concludes.
Commissioner. Is the applicant amenable to those changes? Thank you. May the record reflect that, please? right, Commissioner, you read those stipulations. Would you like to make a motion so we can add that to
Sure.
consent?
I make a motion to add Z65 2024 to the consent agenda.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other changes needed to the consent agenda? Okay, not hearing any commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, reflecting that OB 75 of 2024 has been pulled for a hearing outside of the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. For those of you who had items on the consent agenda that we just approved or were here to speak to those items, you are free to leave at this time. We've dispositioned those, and those have been passed. So happy holidays to you quite early. Okay. John, we can go ahead and get started with the agenda.
Okay. Okay, first case we're going to hear today is LUP 35 of 2024, Latrice West. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 206 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Allison Jane Drive, across from Allison Jane Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 35? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
State your name for the record, and then feel free to present to the board.
Sure. My name is Latrice West. I am the owner of 4312 Allison Jane Drive.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to lean a little bit closer.
My name's Latrice West. I'm the owner of 4312 Allison Jane Drive.
Okay.
This case was formed in reference to how many vehicles we have on our property. My husband and I have 6 children. Of the children, 3 of them drive. They have their own vehicles between the ages of 17, 19, and 20. And we were asking for a special land use permit in lieu of those purposes. They live at home with us, and they're in school, and they need to get to and from where they go as well as we do, and that's why we were asking for that amount of vehicles.
Okay, thank you,
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. You can feel free to have a seat, but don't sit too far in case the commissioner calls you back up.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone here in opposition, so I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
This was a result of code enforcement complaints. And if I could have your Lisa come up. I think this was initiated back in 2022. Or, is that correct, or no?
We have a current, Yolisa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement. We currently have an active case that was open February 14th of 2024.
Okay. I'm looking at something in our packet that says 3/15/2022. And was that for cars or number?
We issued a notice of violation. There's been a history at the property, and the most recent notices of violation There was one at 3/15 of 2022, which was a older case, and then there was another one that was issued in 2023. So there's been a prior history at the property.
Okay, so this is requesting 5 cars outside?
Yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
received a complaint stating that they have 5 to 7 cars overnight in their driveway.
Right.
And we conducted early morning inspections, and some days there were 5 vehicles, some days there were 6. The max amount of vehicles that we observed at the property were 6 vehicles.
Okay. And they're allowed 4 outside by code. And I think at the planning commission, there was one of the trucks that was out front, and it was a white truck, I think, when I went by there. And that has been tagged or removed. Maybe I need to ask the applicant. But I thought originally, they were asking for more, and I think they're down to 5 for the 3 kids that drive, and then husband and wife, I guess.
They're currently in compliance. The only thing they're not in compliance of is having too many vehicles. There was a parking violation at the property as well,
Okay,
but that's been cured.
okay. But they still need 5 cars outside, none in the garage? Because I watched the planning commission, I know she uses the garage for creative space, art, or studio, or something like that. So they're not parking in the garage, but she would be in compliance if she could fit 1 car in the garage and 4 outside. So I would suggest that be a solution to be in compliance. And if not, staff and planning commission have recommended denial. So my motion would be to allow 4 cars outside in the driveway and come into compliance within 60 days. That would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. I have some clarifying questions for the applicant, even though we do have a motion on the floor. And I just have a clarifying question for you too, since we're in a discussion. So she has 5 vehicles, and she's using the garage, but you're looking for her to park one of her vehicles in the garage?
To be in compliance.
To be in compliance,
Yes.
and 4 allowed outside, okay.
And do you want me to call the applicant back on?
That would be helpful.
Yes, can you come forward, please? I think the chairwoman has some
Yes.
questions.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Are all of the vehicles that you have, all 5, are they able to fit in your driveway?
Yes,
They are?
comfortably.
Are you parking on the street?
Currently, yes,
Yeah.
so that we're in compliance. In reference to the garage, yes, it is a creative space. I have 6 children. My youngest are 15, and they need to have the ability to do things creatively in their home. In lieu of what you are discussing, my husband and I have also decided if, in the event you all don't come to agree with what we're asking for, I know a carport could potentially be allowed in Cobb County, where I could park my vehicles outside in the driveway, if that's what we had to do. So,
Okay.
Where would the carport?
and we've already gotten rid of a vehicle.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, can you speak closer to the mic?
We've already gotten rid of a vehicle to make it lesser. So now we are at 5. What I was saying in lieu of the carport, I know Cobb County does allow that. It's within its guidelines, so.
Okay. So I perceive,
Well, that
yes.
would be a solution, I guess. Do you have, where would the carport be? In the back or the side
It
or
would be to the side.
to the side of the garage?
Yep. My garage is, the doors are facing, they're this way on my home, so it's not where you drive in and you're driving straight into, you would turn into the garage. So yes, it would be this way.
Okay.
Yes.
John, would the carport also be allowed to be in the driveway?
As long as the carport, well, it can be done two different ways, Commissioner Sheffield. If the carport is attached to the house, then it just needs to meet the side setback for the house, which is 10 feet. If it's a detached carport, then it has to be to the rear of the house,
Okay,
and then it still has to meet the setbacks for the house.
okay,
So they could do a carport, one or two different ways.
okay, but not in the driveway?
No.
Not a freestanding structure.
Okay, well, obviously, I've seen those, so I was just, I guess, trying to get some clarification on that.
If the carport is attached to the house and they meet the 10-foot side setback, then they'd be good.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Richardson.
Shoot, okay, go ahead.
Question for you, just considering, do we want to, for the days to come into compliance, if a carport is the option that is being pursued, do we want to extend the amount of time to have the carport be stood up from 60 days? It's just I
Yeah.
don't know what the average time should be, but just proposing that on the table.
Well, I could make it 60 days to come into compliance or with a permit for a carport, if it's longer than that. But she's got to go through permitting to see if she meets all the requirements for a carport with the setbacks and impervious. Don't they have to look at all that too, John?
Yeah.
So,
Which I'd be concerned about the 60 days, but
well, I'd be willing to do 90 if you think that's,
and I think Gambrel also.
she'll have to get a permit. And if you don't qualify to get a permit for a carport because the setbacks are impervious or whatever, then you'll have to come into compliance with 4 cars in the driveway.
Commissioner Gamble.
No.
So first question is, it was stated that you were using your garage for crafting activities. So have you
A
converted your
creative
garage?
space, not crafting
Or
activity.
creative space, I'm sorry. So have you converted this so it's not possible to park a vehicle in there?
It's not, we would have to move a lot of things, potentially, yes.
Okay, and then my second question is, I'm confused at the vehicle count, because on your application, it says you had 7 vehicles parked outside.
And we currently have 5.
Right, so if one of the vehicles can be parked in the garage, there would be no need for a carport, because they're allowed to have the 4 outside. So
We're not
is
gonna
it,
be using the garage for parking purposes. That's the reason why I'm here. We're not using the garage for that purpose. Okay.
Yeah, she's
right,
asking for-
right, I understand, but then you also gave testimony that to enter your garage, it's a side entry garage, correct?
Yes.
Looking at the aerial that we have here, it's going to be very difficult to put up a carport because then they'll never be able to access the garage. And then also, given the stream, and it's hard to tell the elevation, but essentially they would have to be driving over their deck area if they would put this in the back. So putting up a carport doesn't seem like a necessarily viable option.
My deck is all the way in the back, away from my driveway. That's incorrect.
So, okay, so do you see the photo that's on the screen?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so is that a deck, patio, the white area?
No, that's a slab.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a 65-foot slab that we put in the backyard. It's not a patio.
So would you put your carport on that slab?
It's definitely not gonna go there. So where you see that white truck, it would go adjacent to that way. This way it would be attached to my home legally. I would make sure that we follow all the guidelines to ensure that it's done properly. And it could accommodate 1 to 2 vehicles. So we'll make sure we get it done properly.
Okay, and then also in your application, you said that there was one unrelated adult living there. Is that
Yeah.
individual still there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just clarifying because you're saying you've got 3 children of driving ages, and then you and your husband, so that's a total of 5.
Yes.
So the one unrelated, are they of driving age?
Yes, he has his own car. So when she said we were out of compliance that one time, that vehicle was parked on the road. I'm not asking for that vehicle to be parked on my property. I'm only asking for what my husband and I pay for, our children's cars and our vehicles.
So that would be 6 cars?
So that
No,
would be a total of.
It's not.
So what I'm hearing is there will be 6 vehicles, but they're permanently planning to park 1 vehicle on the road to be in compliance with code.
And as stated, he stays at my home because my daughter has 2 children. So he comes there often, but he doesn't live with me solely. It's not his primary residence.
Is he there overnight?
Often, yes. But his
But
vehicle is
doesn't
not
the-
something that I'm asking to be parked on my property, so I'm confused why we're concerned about his car, because that's not what I'm requesting for.
I'm just trying to verify what you put on your application. And I'm assuming you were the one that filled out the application,
We
correct?
originally had a total of that amount of vehicles. We've gotten rid of cars in lieu of these situations going on. We are down to 5. This young man's car is not a part of the vehicles that we are discussing at all.
Okay. Yes, and Commissioner Burrow recognized that in her testimony, that what is in the application varied from what was presented as you were coming into compliance than what was presented in the Planning Commission. So I had some questions too as I was reading the application, but listening to Commissioner Burrow, she was on it and knows the more accurate circumstance of what is going on. I appreciate Commissioner Burrow's consideration for how your request can be accommodated if you're interested in erecting a carport. And I think that our staff is better positioned to be able to assess the viability of that. But appreciate you sharing that as an option. We want to be mindful that people live differently and recognize that our code does not necessarily reflect the different ways that people live. So again, I appreciate you sharing that opportunity to still use the garage as you are, and I appreciate Commissioner Burrow's consideration of that, and I think that's where we were leaning, but we do have cases where parking has been an issue for neighborhoods, so I can certainly understand why some additional questions are being asked.
And I have 3 more
Okay.
that are coming.
Yes.
So I'm
Can I
trying to
have
be consistent here, but I do understand the situation. So I guess I need to amend my motion to, I'm still going to deny with,
Before you do that, may I ask a
Sure.
follow-up question regarding the carport? Do you have any additional information that you can share regarding the carport? I don't know if you initiated any research or contacted any companies during this zoning
After our
period.
last court date, when we were here, Code of Ordinance actually was at our home, so we sat and spoke with him. What's his name? Officer, I don't remember his name at the moment, but he just educated us on Cobb County's laws in reference to carports, and if we don't have it attached to the home, it would have to be behind our home. So we know that we're not looking to do that. So I know that much. We know we would have to go down to code enforcement to discuss what would be done and what could be done and follow whatever they tell us in reference to our property. So we really can't just say, I'm gonna put a carport here and buy it as though we see it in our
Sure.
neighborhood.
Sure, I was just curious if you had spoken with any manufacturers or any company. Okay,
Definitely, we haven't gotten that far.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I just want to be mindful, I know there may be additional discussion. She's putting forward an amended motion. There's still opportunity for discussion after you do that, so I just want to ask you, are
Right.
you amenable to us continuing the discussion, or would you like to put forward your amendment or your amended motion, and then we resume discussion?
Did you second my motion before you discussed?
It
No?
was second.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, this is the time for discussion after a motion and,
Well, your amended,
Oh,
you put
my
forward your
amended
amendment,
motion.
yes, that
Okay.
did not have a second for discussion yet.
okay, go ahead, Chair. I guess discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Did you want to state the amended motion?
No, because we're still discussing
Okay.
the original one, and then I'll
Understood.
make an amended
Understood.
after discussion.
My comment won't sway whatever the amended motion will be. It's just, in general, I know the audience is probably like, what is happening? Because I've heard a couple of, a little bit of feedback back and forth. I do just want everyone to be clear. We understand the complexity of this particular section in the code. It is something, while we haven't come to an agreement on what it might look like in the future at this point, it is something being looked at very closely, knowing that there are so many changes happening in our community. And yes, it is relevant from a code enforcement standpoint on how the duration of the cars, whether they're there over the night, when they get counted, when they don't get counted, and so on. So all that factors into the procedure of how code enforcement does go about doing their job. So just wanted to put that out there. Carry on.
And if that passes, she would be in compliance with 5 outside. However, we have to go by what the code is now, because we don't know, I mean, it didn't, I know it's still in further study for review, but, are there any other comments before I amend my motion? Okay. I amend my motion to deny Lot 35 with, to come into compliance with 4 cars in the driveway within 90 days, or a 5th car in a carport once it's permitted, if it's permitted.
Second.
Okay. I have some questions.
Okay.
We're now in discussion period. So in 90 days, are you looking for the permit to be obtained?
Mhm.
Okay.
And if not, if it doesn't meet setbacks and all the requirements, then she would have to come into compliance with 4 cars outside in the driveway, not
Okay.
on the street.
And maybe we'll ask community development, or you, John, is that a reasonable time period for her to actually apply and obtain a possible permit for the
Yes.
carport? Okay, very good. Okay. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Gambrill?
John, once a permit is issued, if it's applicable, how long is that permit open?
It's good for 6 months, but it could be longer if they're actively working on it. We can verify they're working on it. But for a carport, that should be a pretty quick build and finish.
So Commissioner Burrow, I'd only ask if a permit is granted for a carport, that it be finished within,
6 months of the issue date.
I think that's.
or 6 months from the date of this hearing. Because essentially, you're giving them 90 days to come into compliance, so that's 3 months. So it essentially would give them 3 months to get it constructed. And as Mr. Peterson said, it shouldn't take that long to do it. I just want to make sure that we don't have a loophole here, that if they have an open permit and then they don't ever build the carport.
Okay, you said 3 months to build it takes?
I just look for reasonability for any of
Yeah.
us who had work done on their home, had an addition. It is not an overnight process. It takes time. I think the 6-month window even could be aggressive, but I think it's more reasonable in 3. And I think as long as she is showing activity toward obtaining the permit and getting built, and you even have some discretion to ensure that there's some follow-up with you directly. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I would say with the 90 days to come into compliance, if she doesn't get a permit, then I would add an additional 3 months to the 90 days if you do get a permit to have it built. So 6 months from today, you will need to get a permit and build a carport if that's the option you said you would agree to. Do you think that's enough time for you?
My husband feels like we may need more time, so.
6 months from now?
6 months from today's date or from the 60 days?
From today.
You gave us 60 or you gave us 90 days originally to become compliant.
Right, but if you start the permitting process and get a permit issued in that 90 days, then you'll actually have, by giving you an additional 90 days from the initial 90 days from today, that would give you a total of 6 months to build
From
a
today's
carport
date.
once you get the permit now, if you get start the process for the permit.
So starting the process from the permit.
Pardon?
You're saying to start the process from when we obtain the permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Or we could say June 30th.
Just a date.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have a question for legal. I heard a denial on the floor, but I'm also hearing conditions. Can you just walk us through how we can impose the conditions if it's
Well,
denied?
that's to come into compliance. You can do that with denials.
Right, but the conversation about the permitting in the 6 months, I just want a clear path forward for the applicant.
Yeah, I think that we regularly give a date to come into compliance, and however she would come into compliance should be allowed for her to be able to do it and give her the time frame to do it. But if you're denying, then you're putting specific conditions to happen. We typically don't do that. We just give her a time in order to be able to come into compliance. So,
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
so I guess I need to amend my motion again.
But you can do, we have an amended motion to a motion and a second.
after the motion has a second, then the motion is the board's motion. As long as there's consent among the board for her to amend it again, that you can. She wants to amend it to, she has till June 30th to come into compliance, or the car has to be removed. That's all you have to say, and let her figure out the steps that she would have to do. So,
And during that time, she's applying for her permits and
Let's
Am
just
I
make sure it's
amending
clear to
again?
you.
Okay. Can I say, well, 6 months or June 30th to come into compliance with a carport?
or you can say, come into compliance. She might decide she wants to park her car. The carport's too expensive. She wants to park her car in the garage. She might decide she wants to sell a car. There's a lot of different ways that she can come into compliance. It'd be preferred for the board to just ask for her to come into compliance and let the applicant figure out how to best be able to resolve that.
That's
My
reasonable.
suggestion.
Okay, so just denial with June 30th as the date, final date to come into compliance.
Yes, and the consideration for a carport is up to her if she wants
Right.
to do that.
But, okay. That's not,
Yeah, we can't force her to come into compliance with the carport. We can give her time to explore all of the different avenues that are available to her. No, I'm saying this is accurate. I was just reiterating.
but on June 30th,
Yeah.
she can only have 4 cars in the driveway and
Yes.
none on the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would be my amended motion then, to come into compliance by June 30th. With or without a carport, you can only have 4 cars in the driveway.
With the carport, I could have 5. But
Yeah, with the carport, 4 in the driveway and
It'll
1
be
in
in the carport.
yes, okay.
Second.
All right, commissioners, is there any further discussion?
I just want to say that this is a example of, trying to work with the
Yes.
applicants.
Yes.
I do have 3 other lots that I'm trying to be consistent with, but we'll hear those as well and see if there's an option like we're trying to work with you. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
Again,
you.
I commend you for that. That was thoughtful of you. We do have a tight
You're good.
code.
Thank you.
Yes, we didn't call the question yet, but you're good. All right. Is there any additional discussion from commissioners? All right, call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next case is LEP 36 of 2024. Jose P. Garcia requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 672 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Spear Point Trail, north of Spear Point Drive. Is the applicant present? The director of the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 36? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Johan Garcia. I'll be talking on behalf of my father, Jose Garcia. And we had received this violation in the mail that we had too many cars parked in our driveway.
Okay.
But we had made the driveway bigger just because we knew this was eventually going to happen. So we made the driveway bigger in order for us to accommodate all the vehicles we have. Currently have 7 vehicles, but we have a big family, so they're all being used. And I mean, the last hearing we had, they told us that we could sell some, but really can't, just because they're all in use and they're all used for, a good reason. And yeah, we're open to. We have discussed with the neighbors of maybe we can park a car in their driveway, and they agreed. So, because they don't have a lot of vehicles, but we're not in their way either way. The cars are there they're not there all day. There's only one car or 2 there throughout, 7 a.m. through 8 a.m. After 8 a.m., that's when usually all the vehicles arrive, and we're there, every day on the weekends. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Don't go too far. Well, you might need to stay up there. I hear the commissioner does have some
Okay.
questions. Seeing
Okay.
there's no opposition, I'll turn things over to
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Can you stay up a minute?
Yeah.
So on your application, you have the 7 cars listed and the owners.
Yes.
So is everyone family?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And does your father have 3 cars?
Well, all the cars are under his name, but they're all used for different drivers.
Okay, so you're all family.
Yes.
And what are the, what are the ages, well, you've got that here too. So you've got, are 2 work cars? Are any of them work vehicles?
Yes. Yes, one is.
And are any parked in the garage?
No. No, they're not. Because the garage, how it is right now, when we first got the house, the structural beam was too low, and we drive pretty SUVs, pretty big vehicles, trucks. The structural beam was kind of too low. All the pipes, all the water pipes, and all the electricals hanged really low. So, we could try to get it all raised up, but then again, it's a structural beam, so we're not sure how long that would take.
Is it a drive-under garage?
What was that?
Is it a drive-under garage underneath the house, like a
Yes,
basement?
yeah, it's
some-
under the house.
Basement level?
Yes.
Okay, well, staff and planning commission recommended denial on this one too, with 60 days to come into compliance. So, I'm just trying to see, these are all adults, family, but all adults over 20, or 20 or older, so they all have a car. But there are work trucks being parked there too. Well, my motion was gonna be to deny with the 60 days to come into compliance. And you said that your neighbor said you could park one car there?
Yeah, we currently have a work truck since it's the first truck that's out since 6 a.m. and it usually comes back late at night, so it's not there for a lot. And it doesn't interfere with their driveway or them doing whatever they have to do. And so it is currently, well, it's not there right now, but we do currently park it at our neighbors. And he said he gave us approval in order for us to park it there.
But that's just one car.
Yeah, it's just one. So there's currently only 6 vehicles in the driveway.
Go ahead.
So I have two questions.
Yes.
Of your work vehicles, what type of vehicle are they?
They're just a truck,
F-150, 250, 350?
F-150.
Okay. And I believe, John, for clarification, our code allows one work vehicle, correct?
Correct.
In addition to the 4 outside?
Well, it's included in the total number, whatever that number is. So he's wanting, he put 7.
Yes.
He got rid of 1, so he's allowed to have 5 outside right now, and one of those could be a work vehicle.
Okay, then we don't have to hear anything. I mean, we'll have to,
I stated that wrong, Commissioner Burrow. He can have 5 on the property, 4 of which could be outside. So he's asked for 1 more outside than what the code allows.
and be in a work truck. One could be the work, that could be the
Correct.
work truck.
Correct.
But he's still not in compliance with 5 outside.
That's correct. He needs to do something.
Is there any
with
way
one.
you can get one car in the garage that's not a SUV or that's lower?
We don't own any smaller vehicles. They're all usually big SUVs or big, just
Or
trucks.
pickup trucks,
Yeah.
like? Well, if that 5th car could be the one parked next door, you would be in compliance with 4 outside and 1 next door. You'd still have to get rid of the 6th one, I guess. Unless they can park 2, or 1 in the garage and 1 or 2 next door.
Well, I have a question. If we were to park one of our cars on our side of the road, would that still be considered one of the vehicles in the driveway?
You mean on the street?
Yeah, on the street. Would that still be
Well, that's
considered?
what we're trying to get rid of, is park it on the street, because you are allowed 4 outside in the driveway by
Yes.
code. But parking on the street is impacting the neighbors, and is, I'm guessing, a result of why you came to code enforcement with complaints, for people to get around you and,
Yeah,
you know,
that-
cars on the street.
That situation has been, well, it's not really a situation, but our front neighbor, he usually parks all his cars, since he has trailers and everything parked on the road, on the street, and that's where we usually park our pickup truck, our work truck. And so right now, there hasn't been any, well, vehicles there's not really a struggle for vehicles to get through, because there's really no traffic through there, or there's a vehicle or 2 going throughout there. But I've never seen a situation where one vehicle comes in and the other one is on the other side, and they they can't seem to get through.
Well, someone would have to report the neighbor parking on the street or whatever. I don't know how many cars or trailers they have, but we can only deal with what's before us today for your
Okay.
case. So, what I'll do is give you 90 days instead of 60, like the other case, to come into compliance with 4 cars in the driveway. And maybe your neighbor will let you stack 2 over there until you can,
Okay.
So that would be my motion to deny with 90 days to come into compliance, 4 cars outside in the driveway.
Second?
Okay, is there further discussion? Commissioner Gambrill.
The only comment I have is looking at the aerial, and I know it's gone down. There's only curb and gutter along that road. So they are going to have to park clearly on the road, as you could be written up again for code enforcement violations if you're parked on the grass. So if that's something you're looking to do, just be aware that, because in this aerial photo, we see the red truck partially on the grass and then the white one fully on the grass.
Yeah,
That would be a code violation in
yeah,
the future.
that's an old photo. Well, I guess an old aerial, but it's not how it is right now. We used to have gravel on our side of the property. We took out grass, put gravel, but then they told us that we weren't allowed to do that. And so that's when we did the driveway bigger and we parked all the cars there. But then ever since we got the violation, we had adjusted everything. We had asked the neighbor if we could park one of our cars on his side, and he agreed. And so we've been trying to adjust, trying to see what we can do about the garage, but I mean, structurally, we're not sure what's gonna happen, what problems it could cause later down the road. And so we just don't wanna mess with the garage at all.
Can I ask you, Lisa, back up?
We're still in discussion, go ahead.
Were there any violations for cars parked on the grass? Or did you observe this when you were out there, Lisa?
I do not have them in violation for parking standards. I only have them in violation for single family dwelling.
For the 4 cars outside?
Yes. And we didn't receive a complaint about them parking on the grass.
Okay. But when you went out to observe and cite them, did you notice this?
The officer that went out there did not see any parking violations. When we receive a complaint, we don't address just the complaint. We have to address every violation that is observed on a property. And they were in violation of the single-family dwelling. I did speak to one of the property owner's daughters who admitted that they did have 7 vehicles at the property. And they did comply and send us the occupancy statement that states everybody who lives there and also how many vehicles and what type of vehicles that they do have.
Right. Okay. Yeah, well, you can't park on the grass.
No, ma'am.
But if you move 4 into the driveway and the other 2 hopefully are next door in a driveway, I mean, your driveway looks long enough to stack 4 cars. So, and I don't see, well, we can't address the neighbors below you, but, okay, so would be my motion.
And for clarification, he's to come into compliance in 90 days. is
90
the motion.
days.
Okay. Commissioners, are there any other comments or questions? I hope that you are able to find other arrangements within that time.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you.
being here today and for trying to work with us. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next case is LEP 39 of 2024, Julius C. Seymour. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles parked outside than the code allows in land lot 1106 of the 19th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Chandra Lane, west of Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 39? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, you can state
I'm
your...
sorry?
Whenever you're ready, just state your name for the record, and you can begin your presentation.
I'm living in a home that we,
Go ahead, state your name for us.
Julius Craig Seymour.
Thank you.
I'm living in a home that was built roughly 30 years ago, 32 years ago.
Okay.
I've never received any violations up until recently. When we purchased the home, well, we didn't purchase, we bought the lot, then got a plan approved. And on that plan, we had 2 driveways. The main driveway coming in and a second one coming off so that we could park more than 2 to 3 vehicles on the property. I've got 3 kids, all are now out of school. I've got one of the kids have moved back in with us because of this situation that's going on with the COVID stuff. They lost their job. One of them did. Couldn't afford their house, so they lost their home. They moved back in with us. They have 2 children living with us, so there's 6 drivers in our house. These 2 driveways have been handling 5 to 6 people for 30 years. All of a sudden now we get slapped on the back of the hand for something that we're not even aware of. And secondly, it was approved originally when the house was built. I'm living in a 4-bedroom home. I've got 2 garages, a 2-car garage upstairs and a single car downstairs, but the single car you can't get to because there's no driveway. And Cobb County has a zoning circumstance about you can't drive on the grass to and from on a regular occasion. So we can't use the lower drive. We use it for storage. My daughter and her husband moved in with us. They had to move their stuff in to store it in our upper 2 garages. So that all the garages are full of furniture and whatnot.
Okay.
So presently, we have 4 cars in the drive. We have 2 in the upper drive, 2 in the lower drive, and we got 2 parking on the street. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get permission to do what I've been doing for 30 years. And that's park 3 to 4 cars in each drive, 4 cars on an occasion when we have visitors.
Okay.
Primarily, the 3 cars are pretty much all the time on the weekends, but during the week, my wife and I don't no longer work. We're both retired. But my daughter, her husband, and her 2 kids work. One's 22 and one's 20, so they're going to have vehicles.
Okay.
So we presently have 6 vehicles, 2 on the road, 4 in the drive, in the 2 drives. And I'm trying to get it circumstances so that we can park all the vehicles in the drive to get them off the street.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Again, I don't believe anyone was here in opposition, so just stay close in case the district commissioner has any questions.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Yes, if you can stay close by, we'll see if the district commissioner has any questions for you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Does that conclude your presentation?
Pardon me?
Are you done with your presentation?
I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn things over to Commissioner Sheffield.
Want me to
Thank you. Mr. Seymour, you can stay right there for me if you don't mind.
Go
You
ahead
can-
and stay, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you was finished with me.
Just a couple of questions. In reviewing your application, it's noted that there is both a boat and an RV at the property. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, the RPs have gone. We've put them in storage.
The RV is gone.
Yeah, the boat is all the way in the back of the property, and it's on a gravel area.
Okay,
There's actually two boats back there.
okay. And your request is to have 6 vehicles. And can you just outline what those vehicles are? And if you would include, if that also includes the boat?
Well, the boats will stay in the back behind a fenced-in area
Right?
that was built when we first bought the house. I bought the property. We fenced that in and started putting stuff back there so that we got pines growing up in front of you. You can't see it from the road. And that's the other thing. The second drive on our drive is blocked by shrubs, so you can't see it from the road. So,
Okay,
but there's a pontoon boat and a jet boat behind the fence.
okay.
And there's,
So there are 2 boats behind the fence
yes, ma'am.
and 6 vehicles
I
that,
got 2 1/4 acres.
I
Okay.
understand.
So I mean, here I'm wondering that all of a sudden I'm not allowed to use my property like I've been using it for the last 30 years, and the circumstances are what I'd consider outrageous. But
Certainly. So if you can just confirm for me again that you have 6 vehicles that are at the front. I believe you mentioned that 2 were parked on the street, 2 are in one driveway, and 2 are in the other driveway.
yes,
So there's a
ma'am.
total
But
of 6.
From what I understand, y'all don't want me to use the one drive because
Okay. Okay. So you mentioned also that you have a garage, and I think you mentioned that there are items stored in the garage.
presently with my daughter and her husband, they moved out. Like I said, they lost their house. So they moved in with us. We put their furniture and all in the garages.
Okay. Has there been consideration to relocate those items into a storage unit so that
No,
you may use?
they're presently paying their.
Hold on, there's a
their-
second part to my question before you answer. For consideration so that you can park 2 of the vehicles in the garage. Okay, go ahead.
What we're trying to do is trying to help them get their bills paid off so that they can build another home. If we move that stuff into storage areas, then they're taking that money that they're gonna be saving and using it for storage for furniture.
I see.
So what we're trying to do is to help them, I think that's what any parent would do,
Sure.
to get their bills paid off and get everything down to a point to where they can afford to buy or to build a house.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's where,
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Do you guys have any questions for Mr. Seymour? Yeah, go ahead.
And the only reason I ask is because whenever we're looking at these types of LUPs, they are in discretion, which means case-by-case basis.
ma'am, I can't,
Okay.
I'm sorry,
I'm-
I got hearing aids, but.
No, you're
Help.
fine. I'm going to do a better job. I'm saying the only reason that I'm asking this question is because in these types of cases, they are discretionary in terms of we hear each case and try to analyze whether or not each one should be afforded the privilege or what have you to have that special duration. So the question that I have is regarding the intent. So if the intent is to help your children get back on their feet, is there an expected time period by which you think they would be back on their feet by which this request could be more objective?
We're thinking that they're gonna be out of debt in 2 years.
You think the full 2 years?
They're both the husband and wife or my daughter's not working now, but she's trying to find another job. She did have a job, they lost that. So she's trying to find a job and he's working, and they're trying to get their bills paid off and get some money paid so that they can afford a lot. My wife and I have talked about selling the property because we're frustrated with the circumstances that all of a sudden after 30 years, they come up slapping us in the face. I'm a Vietnam vet. I'm a high school retired teacher. I don't I'm not ignorant, but I am angry. I'm very upset with the circumstances, and I think anybody would be. Maybe they don't speak about it, but I do. I've deserved the right after I've served the military like I have, and I've served you, so I deserve that right to be represented, and I am representing myself now.
Understood. Thank you. I just wanted to get that clarity, because a lot of times we'll do a time period because we know that there is some goal to be
I
met,
understand
like,
that, yes.
in 6 months, this will be done, so therefore, 6 months compliance or 6 months granted. It helps us make that decision, because the decisions we make do impact,
Right.
everybody, including the person that
Well,
sent in the complaint.
Yeah, 3 months or 6 months is not going to be sufficient, and a year actually is not going to be sufficient. It's going to take 1.5 years to 2 years for us to get to that point where they can get moved, because what we're going to do, we're going to help them buy a lot in about 1 year. I'm sticking money aside for that, and we're going to help them buy a lot. So once the lot's bought, then they'll be able to get the plans approved, and they'll be able to start building it. But they can't move into the house until it's finished. And it'll probably take him building it on the side about 6 months to build it. So that's 2 years. So that's what I'm considering it would be necessary in order for us to make it through this episode.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for sharing thanks for answering the question.
Sir, I'll share that there has been code that was put in place, I don't know what year in our county.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
We have new code in our county after you built your home.
Yeah, that's-
Before this board, but after you likely built your home. It limits the number of people, it limits the number of related people or unrelated people. It also limits the number of vehicles.
Well, the only thing I can tell you is that when they stuck me in Vietnam, they didn't ask me how many people was going to sleep in the
I
tent
hear
with
you.
me.
I hear
You
you.
know, so that wasn't no, it's not what I call a fair shake.
I think there was not consideration for what we've all experienced in the most recent years with the hardships that people have financially, whether it was a result of the pandemic in 2020, or even we look at the economic recession before 2010. And so we have this challenge of dealing with these issues because there's a perception of what communities in Cobb County should look like. There are people who
Well,
perceive,
if you look at our property, it's
Yeah.
taken care of. It's not an issue of abuse.
yes,
It's an issue of what I would consider an inconsiderate zoning circumstance for my situation.
this is why we have these hearings, to consider these on a case-by-case basis. We've considered opening up the code to change it so we can be more realistic or to reflect that people are living differently, and I think it's a blessing. I think it's a blessing when you have the ability to have your children to be able to come home. Not every household can even accommodate that.
You're right.
And, yeah.
We've actually had couples come with us from California that couldn't afford to live out there. They live with us for 6 months while they build a house. They get a job here.
Yeah.
And I feel lucky enough that I have been able to do that. But now with this circumstance, it's going to be a circumstance that I can't afford, that I'm not allowed to do, I should say.
Yes.
And I don't think that's fair to those people that served as well.
I understand that, and I'm hoping that as we reconsider our code, that our commissioners will take that into consideration, because we have considered changes. But there has been a lot of opposition from people that want us to keep it exactly the way it is today. And this is what results in all of these land use permits coming before the board for us to consider very personal information about how people live, that I think is very uncomfortable for me to weigh in a public setting, and I'm sure very uncomfortable for our individual households to have to share hardships or even more personal information before the board. But because our code is the way that it is today, you're here today. Our Commissioner Richardson shared, we do consider each
Well,
one
can
on
I
a...
ask you,
Yes, go ahead.
If you're going to make a code change, don't you want to let the people know before you slap them with something that's, what, 10 years ago?
It goes both ways. I think when code changes, there's better opportunity perhaps for us to consider how it's shared broadly with the public.
In other words, but y'all make the code change, then you come out and say, hey, tough luck, this is the way it is.
We have public hearings where the public can come in.
I've never
But-
been informed.
Exactly. I was going to say that might be an unsatisfactory way of reaching a broad population. That's why when we thought about changing the code again, we said we will have more public outreach, and I hope you will participate. And I hope that we take a look at our hearings to see just how this is impacting real families here in Cobb County. So I appreciate your remarks today, and I appreciate the commissioner considering your circumstances, and it's going to be up to her to provide her motion and for the board to consider how we support or don't support it, not just in light of your circumstances, but in light of the residents around you and in light of us wanting to be
That's kind
reasonable.
of amazing, because if you look at the people around me, they have the same thing that I've got.
Unfortunately, that can happen.
Well, I'm just telling you.
That can happen with
So,
code
you know.
enforcement. Yes, unfortunately. But thank you, I appreciate your remarks. Okay. Yes. Mhm.
Some extra clarification as well. What we're dealing with is old code. This is
I'm
code
sorry?
that, the code that we are discussing right now is code that has been here from before. We are looking at, for the audience, we're looking at what the future might look like, but at this point, there hasn't been agreement amongst this board or within the community on what new code should represent. And for everyone to understand how code enforcement works, it comes in through a complaint, which means a neighbor or someone submitted in a complaint that they were having issues with that parcel. So we don't proactively look for code enforcement issues when it comes to this.
Yeah, well, I took and went to all my neighbors in the entire neighborhood. There's 16 homes. Most of them, like I say, had the same circumstance that I have.
And in that case, someone could file a code enforcement issue against them. But that
no,
is,
no,
and that's
well,
how it
there
comes
was
up.
two of them that had it, but they was told to move their vehicles to the other side of the house.
Right. And so, but I'm saying that's how we receive it. We get it through the chain of someone reporting a complaint and then it coming up to us to try to reconcile how to move forward. And that's where we are with this particular case. So
Okay.
I took
thank
some
you.
liberties. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Did you have something, Commissioner?
Are you on sewer or septic?
Septic.
Can you help us understand where your field lines are on your property? Where are your
They're-
field
they're
lines located?
They're directly behind my house. That's why I can't get to my boat garage. We had to stop using it because they didn't want us driving across the field.
So in the picture that's in front of you right now, the 4 vehicles that are parked there,
That's all gone.
just help us for reference. Is that beyond the edge of your field lines?
Yes.
Thank
barely.
you.
It's just outside of it. It's where my pool used to be.
And then per the picture, the 3, it looks like a car and a trailer and maybe another boat?
Yes.
Or actually, I guess there's 4.
That's actually a pontoon boat.
So those are yours as well?
Yes, but there's a fence, a tree line and a fence going across there,
How tall is the fence?
8 foot.
8 foot. Okay. Are those vehicles and boats still there?
The boats are the vehicle. Well, actually, there's 2 vehicles back there that's fixing to go to the junkyard. They were vehicles that my grandsons were in. It was in wrecks, and we had to hold them until they could be settled, or put them in a junkyard and pay for them. So they're back there, and they're fixing to go to the junkyard.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
But the boats, that's mine, that's staying. That's my pontoon boat.
Thank you, Mr. Seymour. Thank you, that'll be all, thank you.
Thank you. Can I leave, or you gonna finish with me, or what?
Oh, no, you still need to hang around just a little longer.
stay-
Yeah, yeah. Yulisa, would you mind approaching? Can you provide us an update on the code violations at this property? Just a quick summary.
The officer went out. We received a complaint on August 19th of 2024 in regards to campers, trailers, boats in the backyard, and in the front, there's 5 to 6 vehicles parked in a driveway. The officer went out on August 21st and issued a notice of violation for parking standards in single-family dwelling. After the notice was issued, there were a few more inspections conducted, and each time the officer did see that the vehicles were parked in the driveways, as he stated, with the 2 driveways. As far as the vehicles that were mentioned in the boats and stuff at the rear of the property, the officer does not have access to see that. So on our end, it looks like he's in compliance, but in his testimony today, it appears he's in violation of parking standards with the boats and stuff and everything in the back.
Also, Mr.
Okay.
Seymour.
You can park on the grass, but if your property is more than 5 or 6 acres.
Okay. What was my thought? There was, in his testimony, Mr. Seymour shared that there are other properties in violation of code. Have you observed any, and have you issued any citations
I
to
would
those
need to look
properties?
at my computer and see if we do have any pending cases on that street to answer the question.
Okay, all right. If not, would you mind just driving the area and noting any code violations and handling that
Yes, we definitely can
appropriately?
handle that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for you, Lisa. Okay, thank you, Mr. Seymour, for joining us today, and thank you for your service to this country. I appreciate your testimony and your commentary, but also want to express, which has already been communicated today, that the codes and the ordinances are in place not just to protect the residents of Cobb County, but to also protect you and your family as well. You mentioned in your testimony that your family or your children suffered some challenges as a result of COVID, and it has certainly placed burdens and challenges on many in our community, and some are still recovering from its impacts, which sounds to be the situation with you and your family. But while I am sensitive to the needs of your family, I must also consider the neighbors and the adverse impact that your request might have on them, particularly as it relates to diminishing the character of a residential neighborhood, which was also mentioned earlier on the dais. I understand that there is a time frame in which your children plan to move out and have a house. It sounds like the house is being built, so naturally that process takes time. You gave a 2-year window. It may be less than 2 years. It may be greater than 2 years. Also in your testimony, you shared that there is an attempt, well, not an attempt, but you shared that currently they are saving towards the purchase of a home. So, you know, that can be a 2-year period. So essentially what you're asking your neighbors is to, you know, pretty much allow the vehicles to be outside of code to allow an opportunity for your children to purchase a home. I don't think it's one person in here that would be against home ownership, but we need to find a balance that would work both for your family and for your neighbors. But just going back a little bit, the 6 vehicles on the property, he is allowed to have 6 vehicles. In fact, based on the square footage of his home, he's allowed to have 7. But the issue that's before us today for consideration is whether or not he can park 6 vehicles in the driveway when 4 are allowed by code, which you all heard in the last 2 zoning applications. So what he's asking, again, is to park 6 vehicles in the driveway instead of 4. You mentioned in your testimony that you do have a garage, but currently it's being utilized as storage in an additional attempt to reduce the expenses of your children that are looking to purchase a home. But I think that for the period in which you are requesting, while it is an expense, I do believe that it would be a fair compromise to the community if that consideration is revisited. In reviewing the Planning Commission recommendation, well, staff recommended denial. The Planning Commission recommend approval for 12 months with quarterly inspections from code enforcement. My colleagues shared that each of these applications are very different, and they are. While the request is the same, the situation and circumstances are very different. We had 2 applications before yours, and they were very uniquely different, with the exception of the first application, who's also using her garage for crafting area. But the garage space or the garage is there to utilize to store your vehicles. So I am supportive of staff recommendation, but not for 12 months. I am amenable to 6 months and am prepared to make my motion, Chair.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I make a motion to approve LUP 39-2024 for 6 months with quarterly inspections from code enforcement and require compliance no later than, I won't give a date, I'll just leave 6 months. And that compliance is including, but not limited to, removing the inoperable vehicles to the rear of the property. And that's my motion. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
I'll second, but can we say 6 months from date of approval?
Yes. I'll amend that to read 6 months from the date of approval of the application, which is today.
And I will support that second still.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Can we go back to the aerial? John Pierre? Okay. So I think I heard your Lisa say, or maybe Mr. Seymour say, that the 2 cars back here behind the, where the fence. Sir,
Excuse me, sir, unfortunately, you're only permitted to speak when you're up here. Yes, thank you.
and they are going to be removed, and the 2 boats will stay back there, but they're allowed on grass with, Lisa, what, did you say they were allowed on the grass?
Only if it's 5 acres.
Oh, if it's 5 acres, and he has how many? 2?
He's currently in violation of parking standards. You would have to have 5 acres to park on the grass or gravel, and you would have to be within a certain distance of the right-of-way.
Okay. Okay, and then can you come down on the aerial? Somebody? So I'm assuming there are 4 cars in the front with the 2, he and his wife and the 2, or the grandkids have cars too? There's 7, okay, I just realized that. So he's gonna have to come into compliance with 4 outside? Is that what you're, in 6 months? Okay.
That's all.
Well, we're granting hardships for everybody else. And, I mean, he's already said the kids have nowhere to go, till they can build a house.
Go ahead.
I think part of the bigger hardship here is the boat and the trailer is where more of the issue is, being parked on the grass. Our code does allow for one to be parked on a driveway. So to me, he could easily put in gravel, do something, and get one, either the boat or the trailer, onto what is considered the driveway. And that would remove part of his hardship, because again, code allows for one boat or trailer, some non-motor vehicle, right, to be on your driveway as well. So I think there are ways that he can come into compliance, but as far as storing behind, that is where the commissioner is saying he needs to come into
Well,
compliance.
the thing is, he has 6 vehicles that's stored, and he's requesting that 6 versus 4 are parked in a driveway. So he's asking for an additional 2 vehicles to be parked outside of the driveway. So that means that it would be 6 vehicles in his driveway and a boat.
And from what how I interpreted your motion is this is an approval of his situation for 6 months, which means that he could come back and ask for a renewal in 6 months. There's not really a come into compliance per se component.
No, there is, and which I read into the record,
Okay.
that he has to come into compliance within 6 months.
Understood. Okay, so it's more like okay.
No, it's an approval for 6 months instead of 12, which is what the Planning Commission recommended.
Okay. I'm
It's
back to
semantics,
confused now.
but it's semantics. Just as the other one was denied for about 6 months, this is
Right.
being approved only for 6 months. They each get to the same end of being in compliance within a 6-month timeframe.
Right, but it does mean something a little bit different, because a denial with 6 months to come into compliance is you're spending those 6 months working on something that looks fundamentally different, whereas an approval for 6 months, you could stay where you are, stay how you are for 6 months, and come back to renew or extend. And so but if it's a approval, and then to come into compliance in 6 months, then yeah, it's effectively.
Either way, the onus is on the individual. We
Right.
encourage them to come into compliance for the last one, but they don't have to.
Right.
Similar here. It's up to the individual, at least for that last one. So it's only different semantically in that we encouraged her to come into compliance, but the end result is the same, which is compliance to the code is expected within a 6-month time period, and there's no grace that's being extended beyond that 6-month timeframe.
Right. And Robin, clerk, in my motion, I did read in that quarterly inspections are required by code enforcement. So we're basically putting him on notice as well that code enforcement will visit the property, and that's a part of the agreement. Thanks.
What, I see staff recommended denial, and planning commission asked for a 1-year approval. You don't want to do that? Okay.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion with respect to this?
Can I say something?
I'm sorry, sir, it's not, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm sorry, I would just ask somebody, please. ensure his exit. All right, I'll call the question.
Do this one.
The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Burrow and Cupid in opposition. All right, we'll go to the next matter.
Okay, next case is LUP 40 of 2024. Lucas dos Santos Araujo requests a temporary use permit to allow more vehicles parked outside and more business vehicles than the code allows in land lot 594 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Bob Bettis Road, north of Piedmont Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 40? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning. My name is Lucas dos Santos Araújo. I bought the house over at 2677 Bob Bettis back in October 2020. When we purchased the house, the garage had been modified, so they actually built a laundry room in the garage and a storage room as well. So we can't park any vehicles in the garage. We have 5 adults at the house of driving age, and so we have 5 vehicles in the driveway. We have 2 business vehicles, and they are more of like the advertising ones where they have lettering and writing all over it, so it's not the magnets, so we can't pull that out. But back in our hearing in November, one of the commissioners mentioned that perhaps if one of the vehicles had the magnets once it was parked on the property, you could remove the magnets, and that way we could keep 5 vehicles on the driveway. I spoke to my boss, and he said he's willing to do that. I leave the house before 7, and I don't come back until after 4. So either way, we don't have 5 vehicles there at all times, except for the weekends, of course. And that's my case.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your presentation. Not seeing anyone here in opposition, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
So this is just for a number of cars. You're all related that live in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And how many did you say are work vehicles?
We have 2.
2?
2 working vehicles.
And then 4 regular?
No, 2 and 3 regular, so a total of 5 cars.
Okay, so 3 adults drive the regular cars?
Yes.
And then 2 work vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and none are in the garage?
No, we don't have any space in the garage for any vehicles.
Is there any way to get one in the garage? Do you have just storage in there, or?
Unfortunately
or is it
not.
livable?
So for the laundry room, they put up like walls. So we would have to take all the walls down. And for the storage, they put flooring. So we would have to like rip the floor up and put down the walls as well.
Okay. Because I know when we approve new subdivisions, the garages can't be livable space. So you would be allowed 4 vehicles and 1 being a work truck. But do you have 2 work trucks or just 1?
Yeah, we have two, but I spoke with my boss, and he is willing to give me a work vehicle where we have the magnets advertising the company. So whenever I park at the house, I can just remove the magnets. That shouldn't be a problem. So it'll be a regular vehicle.
Okay, and then the adults that drive are who? You?
Me, my parents, my wife, and my brother.
Okay, so you're asking for 5
Yes.
outside.
Yes.
I know. Could you park the 5th one somewhere else?
I wouldn't be able to do that because I work in construction. So when I leave for work, I don't go like to the office. So I can't leave like the truck at the office, for example, because I already go to like job sites right off the get-go. And my parents, they work, so they need the car there. My wife works, she needs the car, and so does my brother, so.
Okay, so, you have a personal car too? You can't use your company car for work, for personal use?
My company car?
Your
What-
construction, your job, your work car, you can't use that for personal?
No.
So you have a
No.
personal vehicle there and a work truck?
So the personal vehicle I share with my wife. So
Okay.
we share a personal vehicle, and then I have the company car.
Okay. And then your parents, and then one other child, one other adult
Yeah.
related? Okay. Well, Go ahead.
Before you make your motion, I have some questions to clarify. I see you purchased the home in 2020, and I see that a permit was pulled in 2021, which is still open. What was that permit for?
That permit was to build a front porch at the house.
Okay, because I noticed it was still open, and I'm not seeing a permit where the garage was ever permitted to be changed to a laundry area and storage area. That's why I was questioning timing, because in your testimony, that's what you had stated.
So when we purchased the house, the garage was already modified, and then we got the permit to build the front deck, or the front porch, sorry.
So I guess, John, I have a question for you. So if the garage was converted without a permit, how should we handle that?
That would be an enforcement action that would be taken by our Development Inspections Division.
Are you done? I have a couple of questions. Are you done?
Just for clarification, your testimony is that the garage was converted before you moved in?
Yeah.
Okay, so you purchased the home and it was already converted into the laundry area?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned that with your work vehicle, you could not leave it at the office. Can you just talk to us a little bit about that? Is it that you can't leave it at the office, or I guess since you have a shared vehicle with your wife, if it's more of an inconvenience to do that?
Yeah, so the reason I can't is because there's no way for me to get to the office, because my wife leaves early for work, so she couldn't drop me off, for example, at the office to pick up the vehicle.
Okay. You said she cannot drop you off?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
The two parents, you and your wife share a car, and then your work truck, and then the other adult, are they what age or what?
So my parents, they have their cars. My wife has her personal, I have the company car, and my brother has a company car as well. He's 24.
Your brother, okay. All right, do you know how long he's gonna be living there? Or is he looking to move out, or?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I have to be consistent here. But I do understand the issue. So my motion would be to deny with 4 cars in the driveway and to come into compliance by June 30th, same as the other one.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Burrow, I know I supported all of your loves, but especially in hearing the last testimony and listening to this again and knowing my heart on some past ones, I am not going to support the motion. And I shared with our board when I put forward code to change it. I was here when the code was tightened, and not all of the reasoning was altruistic as to why it was done. And I think the way that it is today puts tremendous hardship on families and doesn't take into consideration the different dynamics of how people live. And I think it really conflicts with our desire to support people who are working, people who are being industrious. And it doesn't reflect the hardship that people have to just have a roof over their head with the way that the cost of living is today, that housing is tremendously expensive. People can't just pick up and find another place. It's not that simple as perhaps it once was when that code was being considered. And I feel sorry for anyone who is just trying to keep a roof over their head and put food on their table to have to come before this board and share very personal things because our code did not take into consideration the different dynamics of family. And again, for so many people experiencing hardship, I think it's a blessing for people to even have the opportunity to live together as a family unit when people become adult children. It's a blessing to be able to do it financially. And then there's so many relationships that are not in a good place for that to even be a desirable thing. And I don't think what you're asking for with one additional car so people can work and live is too onerous for us to consider today. But I understand Commissioner Burrow's desire to be consistent, and I respect that. I appreciate her working with the initial person that came forward for a land use permit. And I'm hoping that we can be more sensitive to we have 800,000 people that live here in this county and a number of single families within it. And I'm hoping that as we take another look at this code, that we'll be more mindful that there are just a lot of different dynamics today than what the code was put in place. Yes, Commissioner Burrow mentioned.
I do understand the hardship, and that's why I was doing the 6-month thing. But all of these are a result of code enforcement, and when you're in a tight subdivision with, neighbors right next door and parking everywhere, it impacts your neighbors as well. And we do have a code for a reason. When we increased the number of cars outside from 3 to 4, I was the only commissioner that voted against that. So now we're looking at amending to add more, so that's been my position,
I received that.
to, not to, because of the impact in the neighborhoods. So, thank you.
Commissioner Sheffield.
I want to add, I am supportive of the applicant's request in part because of the, I guess, pre-existing hardship when you moved into the home. I'm not sure how many vehicles, when you purchased the home and moved in, I'm not sure how many vehicles you had at that time, but apparently the family has grown, the children are older and they're driving themselves. You're employed with a vehicle that allows you to utilize it for your business. So had it not been for the conversion of the garage, there might be an opportunity to park vehicles inside of the garage. So I am supportive of your request because of the existing hardship of the garage.
Okay. Are there any other comments from commissioners? I'll call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Sheffield and Cupid in opposition. Thank you, sir. Commissioners, we've been here for 2 hours. Does anyone need a 5-minute break? Our clerks? Okay, let's go ahead and break until 11:25. 10:25, and I'd like to be able to resume our zoning hearing. If you can please find your seats, please. Thank you, and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Yes. Is this pertaining to Lot 41? Okay, John, if you can help queue up our next case, please.
Madam Chair and Board, there was one case on consent that was pulled off, OB 75, Hammocks of East Cobb, Propco. The person who opposed it and the applicant have agreed on a letter of conditions for that. So I think with a little bit of work, we could put that one back on consent, if Board
Okay.
wishes.
You said with a little bit of work
Well,
beyond,
Read into the record.
yeah, the ECCA submitted a letter of conditions dated today that the applicant is agreeable to all these conditions. So we just need to use the staff rec and this to perfect the motion.
okay, so why don't we go ahead and do that? Are you here for our next matter? Are you here for the ECCA
Lot
case?
41, not for this one. I'm just
Okay.
occupying the podium.
If you can bear
at
with
this
us,
point.
Adam, while we
Yeah,
deal
please.
with this, and then we'll come back. All right, John.
Okay, let me go ahead and read this back into the record, okay?
Okay.
Other business item number 75 of 2024 is to consider approving the site plan for Hammocks of East Cobb Propco LLC regarding rezoning application number 128 of 1980. The property is located on the west side of Johnson Ferry Road, north of Roswell Road, in land lots 830 and 831 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the site plan received by the zoning division November 12th, 2024, with the district commission approving the final plan, or final site plan. Number 2, front setback reduced to 40 feet. Number 3, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And the new number 5 will be the letter from East Cobb Civic Association dated December 17th, 2024.
Okay, Commissioner Burrow, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Yes, I'm agreeable to that, and would just like to recognize the applicant is here and agreeable with East Cobb Civic Association President. John, do we need to read their letter dated today into the record as well with these additional steps?
And this would be treated just like a stipulation letter, so I think if we just read it was from East Cobb Civic Association dated December 17th, 2024, that would suffice.
Okay, so am I making a motion to add it to consent or just to approve it?
You want to add it back to consent with this revised condition?
So my motion would be to add OB 75 to the consent agenda to include East Cobb Civic Association's recommendations dated 12/17/24 and all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay, I'll second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. And then, Bill, would you like for us to go ahead and approve consent again?
As revised.
Okay, so Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it saved us a little bit of time today.
All right, next case is LEP 41 of 2024, Maya Moore as trustee of the Maya Moore Declaration of Trust dated July 20th, 2017. Request a temporary land use permit for home occupation, which is dog training, in land lot 395 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Burdett Road, north of Pebblebrook Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 41? Please stand up, raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 11 people here opposed to LEP 41. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of LEP 41? Please stand up, raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 18 here in support. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Before you speak, Adam, there are a number of people who are sworn in to speak. I don't know if any of them are in support of the application to speak along with you. Are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware. Briefly, Jonathan Irons and Ms. Maya Moore will speak, but I've got that included in our time.
I was going to ask
Yes.
just to be mindful of your time.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. I'm Adam Rosen with Rosen, and Riley. We represent your applicant and owner, property owner of this land use permit request. The owner and name you've seen is Maya Moore, the trust of Maya Moore. She and her husband, Jonathan Irons, are both here with us this morning and in the front row. Jonathan Irons is the primary operator of Dogs We Trust, the business that's requesting to operate here on a temporary basis at their primary residence. The folks that you saw here in support of their application are a combination of those that they know and support the business and that have worked with the business, and those that actually work for the business with them. It's a family business, and one of those family members, Jocelyn Flowers, who you'll see me refer to in the presentation, is here with us as well. She's the other a dog training background employee that works directly with Jonathan and has quietly brought a service dog in, Commissioner Burrow, in case you didn't notice, here with us today.
I saw him.
And was here for the Planning Commission and well-behaved during that hearing
Can
as
he
well.
come up and bark?
That's what
We
we
are here to
trained
be as objective as
not to
possible.
do.
Continue.
So this is a temporary land use permit request for the purpose of operating Dogs We Trust, a dog training facility. This is the property where Jonathan and Maya live. I've shown you kind of the expanded aerial, and then south of here, Veterans Memorial Highway reference, Burdette Road, and then south of us, Pebblebrook Road. This is a uniquely large piece of property for a primary residence left in Cobb County. Also uniquely next door to the hundreds of acres that the Girl Scouts of America own west of our property. A little bit closer in, you can see the layout of the home and the other areas of the property. The northern side of the, just under the blue line, is the primary area where we've outlined the training to be primarily located, and I'll show you that on the site plan. But this gives you an idea of what the property looks like, the way it lays out, and the size of it. So Jonathan is the primary operator of the business. Jonathan, his passion is for training dogs. This was not something that he necessarily started with, but after spending over 23 years wrongfully convicted and in prison, a lot of that time that he was in custody, he spent and started training dogs, living with dogs. You can see a lot of different stats here and things I won't go through, but over 15,000 hours of hands-on training with dogs, hours recognized by the U.S. Department of Labor. So this is someone that not only found his way to survive in that circumstance through dog training, but is very well qualified to do what he is asking to be able to do. He wants his business to be able to continue to work here at his home while he finds another location. This business has been operating here. It has been operating here without a land use permit. There is code enforcement action. The business that was originally hoped for is much more than what you have in our stipulation letter. Stipulation letter now says training only. It says a limit of dogs. It says a limit of time for only 6 months, where it started at 2 years. But when they started out, they hoped to do a lot more here, and that's what the website showed, and that's the things that you'll hear about potentially from others today is the kind of the expansive business that he would love to have and wished that he could have had here. Going through this process, recognizing that's not appropriate here, We've pared everything down to what you have in the stipulation letter. And yes, it was yesterday, and I can attest to the late working, just like the others that y'all have talked about, that this was a work in progress throughout the whole time. Commissioner Sheffield has spent a ton of time working on this. Those that are here with us, even in opposition, have taken a lot of their own time to be involved in this as well. Not all of those folks support what we're proposing. We understand that, but we do appreciate that everybody has spent a lot of time. The goal is to operate this business at another location. We are actively looking for an industrial or commercial property in Mableton. There's been a lot of discussions of ways to do that, places to go. He's been actively talking with Mableton, council and mayor there. They're supportive of the business and want him to stay in Mableton. So there is a future there, but we need time to be able to do that. And yes, he has been operating here, but the act of searching and finding somewhere to go, recognizing that this business needs to move, that's happening now. And so we do need more time to be able to do that. That's why we still have time allowed in the land use permit, even though it's down to 6 months. It gives an opportunity for him to be able to do that. Jocelyn, that I talked about earlier, is one of the others that has an animal science background that actually is someone else trained and qualified to work with dogs. These are the folks that are asking to be able to operate from here. This isn't just a random tangent that someone went off on and wants to train dogs and have them at their home. This is something that's well thought out, that they've spent a lot of time and really their lives surrounding. This is just the few different members of the family that are a part of the business. Like I said earlier, Jonathan recognizes now the order of what should have happened in this process having happened earlier with the land use permit request. But what he did do is get licensed by the state for kenneling. He's applied through Mableton for a business license. Obviously, zoning is going to have to be a part of that before that would be approved. And he has an LLC. So he started this process thinking, I've done the right things. I'm going to operate a business here. This is my passion. I'm moving forward. And obviously quickly came to a halt when this process began. So here we are now. But I say that to show you that there has been some attempt and some ignorance of not knowing what the process was to accomplish. Obviously that is known now, and you can see that this has developed over time. The original request, what the website used to say, and what the original hope was for the additional types of operations are not here now. Again, what you have in the stipulation letter now is a limited scope, a limited time, and a limited number of dogs, limited number of months that it can be allowed, and a number of other conditions to help ensure that those that are here with concerns that are our neighbors will be protected from any operations that they'll have next door to them. The site plan is revised from the original submittal. The main thing that's changed, if you look at the top of the plan where it says fenced area for dog training, originally that was in that corner further closer to Burdette Road. We've shifted that back so that we could designate a specific area for the primary training to occur. And what that does is it puts it in approximately this location. So it moves it back away from a couple of the residents that are our neighbors. It puts it in a place that gives really the most separation from the others that are around us. That shows that. We also have a number of other adjoining owners that have signed consent forms that I've sent in different ways, but I'll pass down for going into the clerk record. Those are those that are starred here. That was part of a product of Jonathan spending a lot of time before this process began to talk with all of his neighbors. And those that are starred on there are supportive. There's no lack of knowing each other. This is a close residential neighborhood. These folks know each other. They have different levels of relationships. There's been conversations. I think there's just obviously still some differences of opinion on what's appropriate here and what's not. We've put forward a lot of different stipulations. I won't go through all of those. Again, Commissioner Sheffield's probably tired of hearing those, but happy to answer questions about them or address them more just for the sake of time. But a few things that we talked about the Planning Commission. This is not a rezoning, this is a land use permit. So this is a revocable permit based on certain conditions. If they don't comply with those conditions, you get to revoke the permit. So you have a level of comfort there There's been a number of things that have happened during this process that have been good. The changes in the scope, fence encroachment, that's often a multi-year boundary line dispute between neighbors, things like that that have been resolved, that have been forced to be opened up by going through this public hearing process. Again, happy to answer any of these. I want to give just a little less than a minute to let Jonathan and Maya just introduce themselves to you. I know they wanted to thank you for your time and not take too much more of it, but just to make sure you know who they are.
Yes. Hello, Board of Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Irons. Thank you for this opportunity and for your consideration to talk about my business and keep it going. If you would permit it to, but if not, I understand. Again, I am very sorry to my neighbors that have been negatively impacted or expressed some opinion. I literally didn't just set out a plan just to say screw my neighbors and come up with a plan. Just to give perspective, I come from a small cell the size of people's typical bathrooms, and I barely know how to operate a cell phone, let alone code enforcement and code rules. But because of all this, I've been inspired to learn.
Mr. Irons, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Yes, we apologize. There's just 10 minutes allotted per each side. Yes. Thank you.
Can I request, and obviously the board can consider, I know there's a lot of folks that are here on the other side.
Yeah, and I'd like to be respectful for both sides and sometimes give some consideration ahead of time with respect to that. How many people did sign up to speak in opposition?
There was,
I don't think they would.
There was 11 people opposed.
How many people signed in or were sworn in? Never mind, I'm sorry.
Really just another
That's okay,
30
I'll-
seconds or something.
Yeah, I'll give the board some opportunity to weigh in. I'm very much a stickler about it because it can sometimes lean in one side's favor or another to be given additional time.
It is my desire to move forward with opposition.
Okay, all right. So we'll hear 10 minutes from our, from those in opposition. Be mindful of time. There is a clock that is on the podium. You'll have 10 minutes for all of you to speak.
My name is Steve Young. I'm with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. I would like to voice my opposition to this land use permit. Not that the business itself is bad. I would, if I had a dog, I would be more than happy to take it to Mr. Irons to have him trained. I think he's, you know, I've seen his dogs. They've been very, very good. But I just think dog training business is not a neighborhood business. And I think it's too intense for this area, and you will hear from other members of opposition here as to the specifics why, but from the mixed point of view, this is just inappropriate use for this land in this kind of zoning, in an R20 zoning. So, you know, we oppose it.
Thank you. There are 9 minutes remaining.
Morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I'd like to preface something before I say what I'm going to say. We have no objection to this business whatsoever.
Sir, if you please state your
Just the location.
Please state your name. Please.
John Hoxie. I live on Burdette Road. As I said, we don't have an objection to the business, just the location. And I will preface by what I'm going to say by saying the games people play. This last submission that just came in the last day or so that was just handed to you, I believe that's what I was just seeing this morning, is a goal line last-ditch effort. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Phony compromise tactic. It is a Trojan horse. I hope you all know Greek history. It is full of smoke and mirrors. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Nothing has changed. This whole circumstance and situation, the property circumstance, is totally non-conforming. For 2 seconds, do you really think This business can support itself, its insurances, vans, et cetera, on 8 or 10 or 12 or 20 dogs? No. This is bait, a distraction to manipulate by one party to shove this non-conforming entity down the throats of the honest neighborhood. And I refer you to, on what I believe was handed to you this morning, item number 3. Item number 3 is the Trojan horse, and I will explain that. Item 3 asks for something renewable. It is designed to hook us on this offer being something it is not. What they want is an open-ended pass to allow their business life on any level through the remaining time this county still has zoning authority until Mableton takes over, at which time the intent will probably be to get back to the original plan as submitted and depicted by their advertisements. The inroad to do so has already begun with their involvement with the Mableton 2024 development meeting last Tuesday night, and the mayor, who happens to be the head of the new zoning for Mableton. This deceptive compromise and his attempt at an end run under the guise of compromise. It is a tactic that needs to be called out and seen for what it really is. This dog training, boarding, daycare facility with its illegal structures is in total nonconformance. It needs to be out of the residentially zoned area. No permits to continue construction, we would hope for, and the decisions against it require, we would hope, a non-appeal, non-renewable decision. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, be mindful of time, about 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Geist. I reside at 5472 Burdette Road. I'm here representing myself and my husband, who couldn't be here today due to work. Our property is immediately adjacent to the applicant's property. Our driveways run parallel. And I'm here before you as a mother. I have 3 children, ages 9, 6, and 2. We moved to this street because we wanted our children to be able to play outside. It's a very quiet, narrow residential street. There are at least 10 children on the street under the age of 10. And so I have specific concerns about a dog boarding and training business operating directly adjacent to my property. Not because I don't think the applicant would do everything he could to run it properly, but because with animals, they are unpredictable. And there has already been an incident of a dog escaping in the process of coming and going to the property that was directly in front of our home. And so I struggle to get comfortable with the idea of the business operating in our zoning district. And, you know, with the zoning board's recommendation of operating without approval, but for 9 months, that puts it running through the summer months. I would ask the board to consider some sort of resolution that would put the business, this issue be resolved in the business off the property before the summer when the children are out of school and more likely to be outside. I also know that we heard a lot of cases today that were born out of hardship, and I would just also raise to the board that it is a situation where I understand the applicant's desire to operate the business on his property, but it's not a situation necessarily of hardship. And so I do feel like I've been put in a situation where I have to compromise the safety of my children and what I would normally expect to be their surroundings in an environment of zoned in R20 to be able to accommodate the subjective preferences of the applicant to operate the business on his property. Again, a business that I'm sure Mableton would love to have and would be very welcome in another area. And a lot of our concerns have been remediated by the stipulations, but 8 dogs is still more than I would expect a neighbor to have on their property. So those safety risks are still a concern, and 6 months still puts it into the summer months, which I would ask that it be gone by that time with no option to renew, at least certainly not any option to renew without the applicant having made serious headway into moving the business off of the property. He does have a very unique approach to dog training, which is admirable, but I think it's also going to make it hard for him to find something that he's happy with. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be mindful, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Susan Grossweiler. I'm also an owner on Burdette Road. I thankfully was able to make it today. Where I also agree with the things that have been said here today, I also want to bring up, the unique situation of our adjacent property, where on many residents, the homes are all up at the main road. Ours is set back several acres back up on that long portion of, our property does not go behind our home, being we are also adjacent to the Girl Scout land. So the enjoyable part of our home, of course, is our front yard, which is the side yard. The revised plan has moved this back into an area that is not covered by privacy fence, as well as for R20 guidelines, has put this at variances that have not been met, with new structures of the barn exceeding those variances coming closer to our property. It also has put the ask to be on the property line, not meeting those 10-foot setbacks of also residential, but also an R20, from looking into this, I know you guys know the law much better than I do, but an R20 stipulates it's something that's supposed to be inside a home. I know others who have R20 businesses that they do things inside their home. They do marketing for people. They do consulting. But it is not something that is present and visibly showing every single day. For us, it has become a safety concern with dogs running on our property, unleashed and in unfenced areas. It has also become an intimidation, and I know that they did not mean it to be. However, our little girl is terrified to walk down our driveway. It's heartbreaking because we do, even though right now they have very limited dogs there, dogs do bark at us when we are up and in the areas of our property, walking our dogs down our own property. So it is more so right now because the trees are down. It does limit some of it during the summer months, but it's still there and present, and we invested in this property for our retirement, our families, and it would be a detriment, truthfully, to us, our property values, and our family.
Ma'am, sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. I'll turn things over to the district commissioner.
Thank you. Adam, would you mind approaching, please? There was testimony regarding a fence. On Sunday, I believe you visited the property and you sent me photos
Yes.
with respect to the fenced area, the perimeter fence area. Can you just walk us through that a little bit? I'm not sure if you have photos prepared to share, but can you confirm if the perimeter of the property has been fenced?
Yeah, if I could go back to the aerial, I thought this was the case from being there and went out again Sunday. And I think from what you've heard and what we've seen, the primary areas of concern, if we start at Burdette Road, the driveway is gated. Coming away from Burdette Road, if you're following along our property line, the north property line, there you go. That's Ms. Geist's home there. There is fencing, our own fencing, and their privacy fencing and trees there. And then as you turn left, There's privacy fencing that continues some way into somewhere in that area, and then a chain link fence runs all the way down to the back of the house, around the back of the pool, and comes all the way along to the more southern portion of the property on the back of the yards of the homes on Pebblebrook, and continues all the way around back up to the gate at the driveway. So there is an entire perimeter fenced in. Their plan is to also privacy fence, if we go back up to the northern property line, to also privacy fence that area where the privacy fence stops and continues along the back behind the pool. That is not currently in what we have in our letter, but that can be included. It is fenced, but it would be modified to be a privacy fence, and that can be done however fast the board would like it to be done.
And where is that area again? Can you just
That
point
is, if you go back over to the right, a little bit further, there's at the end of an existing privacy fence will be connected to, and will then wrap around the back of the home where the pool is, so that Ms. Grossweiler, who you just heard from, their property, the entire boundary of where there would be any dog activity would have a privacy fence. It's already fenced currently with a metal chain link, and but would be supplemented by having a wooden privacy fence there instead. So these that you've heard from have fencing and will have additional fencing.
But as it stands today, is there fencing around the perimeter in such a way that the dogs will not leave the property and enter onto a neighbor's property?
Yes, as it is right now, it is fenced, and that's what the pictures I sent were taking, successively going all the way around in a successive line of a fence, enclosing the entire property. There's that cleared area there is a utility easement line, a gas line easement. They're required to have a gate there so that the utility company can have access to the property, just like under any normal ownership, aside from the business being there. So there has to be a gate there so that the utility line has access. And there was some history of prior ownership where they had permission to access that easement. There was some question about that. So the gate has to stay there for that purpose, but it is fenced.
Okay. And when was the fence installed? Can you confirm that?
The fence that's there currently, 2 years ago.
Okay, but,
Sorry,
hold
we're not to
on.
have, I'm sorry, all discussion needs to happen here at the microphone.
And I can have.
Because he's representing you, if you want to go up with him, if there's some questions you can better answer, you can do that, sir.
So Adam, specifically, with the more recent fencing, when was that installed? When I visited the Grossweiler's property, there seems to be a gap in the fencing, and this was the concern of hers and her family. So from the vantage point of where I was able to stand in her front yard in the driveway, I didn't observe that there was a fence that would prevent any dogs from entering her property. So I'm just trying to confirm if that fence was installed.
You want to answer?
There's been a 6-foot chain link fence that has been installed prior to the Grossweilers even being in that residence. The fence was maybe 50 square feet was on their property, but that was allowed by the previous owners. Since they've had a survey, we've moved it off the line and continued over, but it is completely fenced in.
Okay, all right, well, let me ask this. Is there any area along the property line that is not fenced where a dog can leave your property and enter the Grossweiler's property?
Only if the gate is open.
I'll call opposition for clarification, but let's just.
I was just going to mention, we have some area closer to the Girl Scouts property line that there is no fence in our trail-like area, and so that is an option if we as a family want to go back and take our personal dogs and enjoy our wooded area back there, which we do and we have with no issues. But the main place where the dogs are being cared for and trained and running around and sniffing is gated within a gate.
Okay. Mrs. Irons, would you mind just pointing out, you mentioned that the property along the Girl Scout is not fenced. Can you just point to that area on the map?
Is it
I
right
don't know
here?
if she has a pointer.
So there is,
Literally right behind the house.
is this?
No, just describe it.
Oh, it's kind of right where the pool is. We have a gate that goes and circles like our inner property. And so anywhere kind of after the tree line, you see where the tree line starts by our pool? That whole top left corner is just open and free between the neighbors and the easement. There's no gates back there. So that's,
So a dog can conceivably leave your property and enter their property is what I'm trying to get at, because that was one of the concerns when I met with the neighbor, and obviously that
Yeah.
was testimony shared today. So I'm just
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah, we-
pinpoint and understand if there is
There-
a fence that would
Yeah.
prevent a dog from leaving your property and entering your
Yeah.
neighbors.
so we have the dogs that are trained are in a fenced area on our property with higher fences. And then our personal property has the 6-foot fence. And so they're, again, fenced within a fence. And, you know, we've had neighborhood dogs from our neighbors get out several times, and Jonathan has tracked them down and brought them back. And so personal dogs from our neighbors that are here today and other neighbors have gotten out. And there was one incident where one of the dogs got out into our backyard.
Okay.
And so that's the only issue I can think of in
Okay.
2+ years. So, yeah, the dog would probably lick you to death, but
Okay.
Jonathan is very specific about what dogs he brings onto the property.
Okay,
and also
thank you
one
for
more-
that. Hold on, let me just get through the questions. I think I'm clear on the fence right now, but I received an email in opposition that indicated that you had multiple locations to your business. I'm only aware of that one, so I just wanted you to publicly confirm if you have multiple locations, or is it just that location in Mapleton?
I have a P.O. box that's, where my business is registered.
Okay.
On Floyd Road, but that's not my operation. The only
It's
place
just-
I have, it's there.
Okay, so you just have that one location?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted a little clarification on that, because the email that I received indicated that you had multiple locations, and I didn't think that was the case,
No,
but I
that's-
just wanted to ask you about that publicly. Also, can you provide clarification on whether the dogs are dropped off at your location, or if they're picked up by employees of your company?
Both. I now have a van, and I also have a driver. My driver is Reggie Williams. Reggie, can you raise your hand? Yeah, he's retired now. He's my driver. He can actually go get the dogs, so clients don't even have to drop dogs off.
Okay, but they do from time to time, they
Yeah, they
would drop
have.
off?
Yeah, they have, and yes, that has happened. Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. Those were the only questions I have. You guys probably have some.
So my only question, do you go to individual or personal homes to do training?
Yes, I go to individual homes. I go to Home Depot. I go to rescues. I travel around and do training as well. Ma'am, can I say one more thing about my fence where the dogs are? Okay.
There's some clarifying information with the question we asked.
Yes. So the fence where the dogs are, not only is the fence 6 foot, it's also 7 foot, because there's a 1 foot wire that bends over so dogs can't climb out. And I have wire mesh hooked to the fence that's buried up under the fence so dogs can't dig out in the designated dog area.
Okay, but for the fencing that's on the perimeter, that 2-foot wire fence that hangs over, that is not on all of the fencing?
ma'am.
So that measure is not really in place to, again, protect any dogs from going onto the neighbor's property? That's just in the training area, is what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and
Okay.
in 3 years, only 2 dogs have gotten out.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody opened my gate.
Okay.
I don't know who did it, but somebody opened my gate.
Do
Okay.
any commissioners have any
Any
questions?
questions for the Irons?
Commissioner Burrow?
Hi. How many dogs do you currently have that you train? Or do they come in and out daily or weekly, or?
So I offer a couple things, if you guys will allow me. I have personally, I have 3 dogs. One of them is mine, one of them we share, and then one of them is my cousins, my training dogs that are on the property. We all live on together. Right now, we've dropped it down no more than 10 dogs, because I really want to move it. I don't want all those dogs on my property, you know, and just all the client traffic. I really don't. I want it to be my place of peace. I really do. So but 10 dogs. I mean, but eight is fine. If you give me 5, it's fine. I mean, it's fine, because I don't just train at home. I offer a board and train. Like if I'm doing a service dog, like Cobb that you witnessed, we like to have the dog with us so we can get the dog on a schedule, on a routine every day. We get it up every day and get it used to it. And we also teach the client, like, this is the routine that's good for your dog. We also, you know, we also do day-to-day one-on-one private sessions with clients where they bring their dog with us, with them, and like we teach them how to do proper leash walking and how impulse control.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm just going to interject here just because I want you to be specific in answering the question, so we're not giving you more time to present.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was just trying to understand. I know you said that you go to people's homes and train, but these are all service dogs or any kind of dog training?
These are any type of dog training.
Okay.
I do aggressive dog training, and then there's different degrees of aggressive dog training. I basically help, like there's food aggression or something like that. I help them work through that. The service work I generally like to do with me, or just like some more advanced basic obedience. I like to do with me, but there's some clients that are very proactive. They know how to train. They just need somebody to give them some pointers. So that's generally what I do with that.
Thank you.
And this is more administrative, considering there's the Mableton conversation taking place with, when do they take over the business license operations? Is that something that's already happened?
June.
Okay,
It's already happened.
okay.
The business license had already happened last year.
Okay, because I know we had a case in front of us at some point, and we were talking about some date when that would transfer over to Mableton. So I just wasn't-
Last year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for the applicants unless you guys have some.
I do,
Okay.
yes. You stated you've had dogs that have escaped in 2 instances.
Sorry.
You've had dogs that have escaped in 2 instances?
Well, yes. So the woman who her dog both of the women whose dogs escaped, one of them's here. She let her dog out of the car at the front of there because her dog actually never wants to leave. Like she's basically like, hey man, my dog don't want to leave. Can you help me get my dog in? So she'll come to the front of the gate, and the gate will be open, and the dog runs up to our driveway. This particular day, the gate was open, and then one of our neighbors was walking with her dog, and the dog, her dog Nova, ran out and barked at them, but did not chase them down the street. She called her back, and she came back in. The second time, Melissa Caslett's dog, it was weird this day. Our gate was open, and we have a gate that's not open, that doesn't open easily. It was open, and this dog was in the back of our property for, I guess, 2 hours, and we found the dog. My mother-in-law witnessed the gate open, like, hey, the gate's open. We both closed it, and then we came back in the evening, it was open again. And it's a latch gate. I don't know why it was open or who did it. I don't have evidence of it. I'm not trying to point any fingers, but I know we didn't open, and it's not a gate that just typically gets open. And it didn't happen until all this happened.
Okay.
We've been here for 3 years, and that's never happened.
Okay.
And the incident resolved peacefully. She was in the back side of our property in the opposite direction of the concerned neighbors here. And
How recent have those 2 events occurred?
So those happened, I think within 2 weeks of each other.
How recent to today have they occurred?
I want to say a few months ago.
A few months ago.
it happened.
4 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible that if a dog were to leave your property away from the front of the property, that a dog could eventually make its way towards another residence?
Yes, but
Okay.
we don't like when we have our dogs, we don't leave them in an area where they're unattended. Like we're always watching them.
Okay.
And like in that particular area, like we went inside for like maybe 10 minutes, and then like, hey man, where's Ryder? Ryder is a flat coat retriever who's gonna lick everybody in the face. She's not a vicious dog, and she runs up to everybody. And then like, she was gone. And we went on a mission to try to find them. We called the owner, and the owner went around, and I didn't tell him to do it, but they went to the Gross Wilder's house, and somebody over there told them, hey, that's what you get for keeping your dog over there. Like I don't know what that was about.
Okay.
But yeah.
Over the next few months that you desire to have your permit, do you plan to have your property fully enclosed so it's not possible for a dog to be able to get outside
It's fully
of the property?
The area what we use is fully enclosed. Like we're not going to use the back for training. We're done with that. It hasn't been any issues for dogs back there, but we're not going to use the back 4 acres for client dogs. And again, like we're moving our dogs away from there at some point. But our dogs that we can control with our voice, we let them run around and have fun back there.
Our personal dogs.
Yeah, and all of our neighbors have dogs. Like they don't have fences. Their dogs run up in our yard, and I have personally grabbed them and took them back like a good neighbor. And I've had a conversation with them. Hey, your dog got out, here you go.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all on the questions that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I do have a question for Susan, Ms. Grossweiler. Hi, Susan. Regarding the fence, there was testimony shared that the area is fenced in. And when I visited your property, you kind of showed me through the area or through the trees, the area that was not fenced. Can you confirm whether or not that's been done?
So the original area that was fenced that you saw them taking it down because it was on our property is refenced. There are still areas of that fence that I will say are over the property line behind the privacy fence up toward the front. However, the back area, which you can go on their Instagram and watch the videos, the back area they referred to behind the pool, which is their hiking, is not fenced in. And they actually have videos where they are releasing their dogs and saying it's daily hikes for the ones that are boarding and daycare there, and that area is not fenced. I would also like to say that the front gate is not all the way to the ground. It is over 1.5 feet off the ground, which dogs can easily slide through, and they do off-leash training in that front driveway area that if a dog did run by a trainer or an owner, it could slide underneath that gate and get out to Burdette Road as well.
Okay, that's the only question I had for her. Do you guys have any questions? No? Okay,
thank you.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir. That window is closed, unfortunately. But I had an opportunity to watch the PC hearing a couple of weeks ago. So I was able to hear all of your testimony. For those that didn't have an opportunity to speak today, I did tune in to the PC hearing to learn of your opposition. And of course, there are several of you here today who I met with a couple of months ago, I think, when this application kind of first resurfaced. So we've had extensive conversation over the last several months, but I appreciate the opportunity or your willingness to speak. Okay, this one's kind of a difficult one because there is a great relationship from what I can determine between the Irons and also their neighbors. But I just want to start by thanking everyone for joining us today and for engaging in the zoning process. This is one of those rare applications that is both complex and also deeply rooted in passion, as you can hear with Mr. Irons' testimony. There's been a fair amount of meetings between myself and not just the neighbors, but also the client's attorney to try and strike a balance and find a solution that would be fair to all parties and sensitive to all parties. And after carefully reviewing the application for consideration, I just want to share a few thoughts in my position. Staff reviewed the application and provide an analysis. In the land use permit, it includes 12 criteria for consideration. And one is whether the request may affect the safety, health, and welfare of the surrounding community. There was testimony shared earlier with respect to dogs leaving properties. I mean, they're dogs, that's what they do. But I think where this may be a little different and a little unique is that for the client dogs that enter the property, the neighbors may not be as familiar with client dogs as they might be with your personal dogs. Excuse me. Our personal dogs are family members. So it's like having their kids over next door. But when you bring in dogs that need to be trained, and the assumption is they're being trained for perhaps obedience. So from the neighbor's perspective, you know, they're not sure what type of dog may be approaching them if that were the case. And in this case, just going back to the criteria for LUP, staff did confirm that it does present concern for safety, health, and welfare. But the testimony we've heard today, as well as what was presented at the Planning Commission hearing, supports staff analysis, particularly regarding safety concerns. I want to acknowledge and raise the concern. I want to acknowledge the concern raised by neighbors, and I think again, I just want to share that the neighbors and the Irons, they have a wonderful relationship. They're cordial to one another. I don't think that this is personal, and I believe that's been communicated with the neighbors and the property owner. But I'm just sensitive to when we have these type of applications, it can provide some tension. And it's my hope that once we get past this, we can go back to being good neighbors, because it sounds like you guys have a really great relationship off of this small dead-end road. But while I want to recognize the neighbors, their concerns, I also want to recognize Mr. and Mrs. Irons for their efforts in addressing those concerns. From the time I met them at the property, I don't know, it's probably a month and a half ago now at this point, there was a contractor there to move a fence that encroached on Mrs. Rossweiler's property. So that signaled to me that the Irons are willing to do right by their neighbors. I don't think they're attempting to cause any trouble or distress, and by all accounts, he took immediate action to move the fence. Regarding the fence, I'll just include in the stipulations with respect to having it around the perimeter of the property. But I just want to draw everyone's attention to that and share that their willingness, and this is the Irons, that your willingness to cooperate has not gone unnoticed. At the Planning Commission, there were 17 individuals in opposition, 17 individuals in opposition and 6 in support. Today, we had 11 in opposition, and of course, we received emails in opposition as well. And today, there are 18 people in support. Adam mentioned that they're supportive of the business. I'm not sure of those that are in support, live in the adjacent area or adjacent parcels, but we do have letters of support from at least 6 that live adjacent to the parcel. So it sort of balances out. But while I understand the neighbors' concerns, I also want to highlight the applicant's compelling story. And Mr. Irons shared publicly today, and it's also included on his website, that he was wrongfully imprisoned for over 2 decades. And during that difficult time, he discovered his passion for training dogs. And when I listened to the PC hearing a couple of weeks ago, he also shared that he had the ability to speak dog, as he described, and has given him a unique and admirable purpose. I applaud his dedication and wish him all the best as he continues to pursue his passion. That said, dog training is a use that falls under the LI or the light industrial zoning district. The business has been operating, I believe it was 2 years, on an R20 parcel, and I understand there was no permit, but in fairness to Mr. Irons, he was not aware that a permit was required, and I do believe him when he says that. However, the intensity of the use is too great for the location, and you understand that because you're already searching for properties in which to move your business. In doing that, your action further confirms to me your commitment not just to your business, but also to your neighbors and to be a good neighbor. I do hope that you find a location that would better align with the needs and the zoning requirements for the use of your dog training. I appreciate also you updating your website. The website had information regarding additional services, including daycare and breeding. You took the initiative to update that website, so when clients reach out to you, there's no miscommunication on the services that you provide. And the 8 dogs at the property, the original request, I believe, was for 15 dogs, and your license to train 45 dogs. I believe that's the number on your state license. So you're trained or you're licensed to train 45 dogs at any given time. Your original request was for 15 dogs, and the Planning Commission denied the application with a 9-month sort of ramp down period. However, I am going to approve the application for a 6-month period with the following conditions. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I make a motion to approve LUP 41 for 6 months with the following conditions. Letter of agreeable stipulations from Adam Rosen dated December 16th, 2024 with the following revisions. Revised stip number 3. Hold on. Revised stip number 3, that the LUP approval shall be for 6 months only with no subsequent request or application submitted for renewal. Revised stip number 12 to reflect a total of 8 dogs. And my understanding is that 3 of those dogs are personal dogs to the Irons, so that means that it will be a total of no more than 5 dogs. You shared in a testimony that you also train dogs off-site. I know that particularly you train aggressive dogs off-site, but that will be a limit of 8 dogs, including the 3 owned by the Irons. And there should be no more than 8 on the property at any given time. Revised stipulation number 14 to reflect that fencing is to be installed around the perimeter within 30 days of the approval of this application, and that is including but not limited to the front gate. I observed at the front gate, there is a gap at the front gate onto your personal property. The gate does not go all the way to the ground that face Burdette. So I'm requiring, even if it's temporary, you don't necessarily have to change that out. But even if you can find a temporary solution just to extend that front gate so that dogs are not escaping out of the front gate. And there was a mention, there was a mention earlier regarding, well, strike that since I'm making my motion. And then finally, all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that concludes my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yeah. Commissioner Braun?
When you say 6 months from today's date, which would put them into June after school is out, and the neighbors were asking, because the children will be out, if it could be like
Right.
the end of May when school is out to then.
Right, and I understand that, and I think that with the safety, the guardrails of having the property enclosed, I think that should be able to meet the neighbors halfway, and also provide the Irons an opportunity to secure a location, which I don't know if you're under contract right now, but I know that they're actively searching for a location.
Okay.
But I think that the completely enclosed fence should help mitigate or address those concerns.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it should have been, or whatever. So it's 6 months and no renewal.
Correct. Okay. Yes, recognizing that zoning and land use will be a part of the city of Mableton, and I don't know what will control zoning, but it will be within their purview. Do any commissioners have any other comments? I'll share that I live my subdivision's off of Pebblebrook Road, and I'm very concerned because on multiple occasions, I've driven down Pebblebrook Road and seen large dogs. That's why I asked how recent, because I saw one even this week. And I have a dog, but it made me feel very uncomfortable. Speaking to the friendliness of a dog, I've shared this even here with my peers, there are some people who just have immediate fear of dogs. So any dog sighting, small or large, can evoke a response that is a response to them, a response to danger. I've heard that the dogs that are loose in the area may not necessarily be your animals. It could be from other neighbors. But I've seen so many, I do have a lot of concern about any dogs escaping this site from your property or anyone else's property, to the point where probably after this hearing, I will ask for animal control just to survey that area. I run outside. I've seen large animals when I run outside. I've been very concerned. So the zoning authority that we have rests on health, safety, and welfare. And so that's very important. And doing what you can to have the dogs enclosed at all times is not only desirable, but it's the law. Saying that we have our dogs roaming outside, if your dog can roam outside of your property, if a dog can leave someone's property, it's not comporting with law. I'm looking here at our code here for the county, and this is just not for your business, which is why I can't come down on the business. If there's activity occurring for other property owners, no other property owner is to have their dog just running around, even if they think it's a treat area. It should not happen. It should not happen. I've seen on a message board for my neighborhood someone upset because they felt a car didn't stop at a stop sign and hit their dog. Well, the dog was outside of their property to be hit at a stop sign. It is your responsibility to make sure the dog is properly enclosed or leashed, not just in somebody's purview to observe or watch. Any concern about children and dogs, as a mom, gets me very concerned. So I just ask for your compliance with whatever measure can be taken to ensure that it's not you, and if it's not you, then that's a problem for somebody else to have to resolve, but let's not have it be towards this. I think that there's a general sentiment for you to be, for your business to be successful. Generally, we've had zonings here before for other dog training facilities, and a lot of the voices of the surrounding neighborhood bear a lot of weight on the consideration. There's some that they're just not amenable, not just because the dogs can get loose, but because of the noise as well. And I haven't heard that here today. But I just ask that you please be extremely mindful of our laws as a county and of the health, safety, and welfare of your neighbors, and for the neighbors too as well. Yeah. With that, commissioners, I don't know if there are any other comments. If not, I'll go ahead and call the question. The motion passes 5-0. With that, commissioners, we are at 12:30. There are 4 other business items, one which is coming back to us and which has typically been at length, which has been OB 63 pertaining to Mount Bethel. I would encourage us to have a lunch prior to hearing that. I agree. Yes, and our lunches I try to take for an hour because that's the time that I've seen that it's taken. It's taken a full hour. So we will come back and convene, and I'll give a full hour at 1:31. Yes. Hello, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started. It's 1:31. Welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting this December 17th, 2024. We are now at our other business cases, and John, please help us get queued up for our first case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first case we're going to hear today is other business item number 63 of 2024, which is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Mount Bethel Christian Academy Incorporated regarding SLEP 11 of 2013. The property is located on the north side of Post Oak Road, west of Holly Springs Road, in land lots 599, 600, 625, and 626 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 63? Please stand up and raise your hands. Okay. Let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to speak for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
I'm sorry. John, did you say 2 were opposed?
2 were opposed.
One stood up.
I only saw
Ms. Flam, she raised her hand. She didn't stand up.
Oh, I
Yes.
didn't see you. Hey,
Yeah.
sorry. I couldn't see you back there.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore, and here I'm very pleased to represent Mount Bethel Christian Academy in this other business application where we're seeking a master plan approval. We did present this to you last month. Since that time, as directed, we had a community, I'll call it a community walk around, but we met with the representatives of East Cobb Civic Association as well as adjoining residents along with Commissioner Burrell, and we were able to walk the entire site and really have a really robust discussion and conversation surrounding what had been proposed and some of the issues that you heard last month. So what I'm going to do is just update you on those aspects of that discussion, where we stand today, and importantly, I guess also where we were unable to come to agreement with folks, and despite the effort, that's sometimes you just have to agree to disagree and leave it in your very capable hands at that point, because we've had the robust discussion. I'm going to turn now to the site plan again, just so you can see what we're proposing again and remind you of that and where we are. Now that we have the site plan up, to remind you, this is Post Oak Trit here, right as you approach its intersection with Holly Springs Road over on the right-hand side of this. Again, this is the master plan that we have now proposed for your consideration. Keeping in mind, this was approved for Mount Bethel Christian Academy in 2013. So the school was approved to be located here at that point in time. So let's just want to make sure this is not an approval of the school to be located here. That's already been done. That was done in 2013. And it was done in 2013 with a multitude of stipulations and conditions, most of which, other than have been changed specifically, have remained in place today. For example, there is a capacity of 625 students for this location. That remains unchanged. Remains unchanged today, and we're not proposing any change in that, and that's just one of the bigger examples. The first primary change that occurs for this master plan, today this is the only entrance is located here. With this proposed master plan, we would add an entrance at this location that would be a right in, right out. We've performed the traffic study. It's been accepted by Cobb DOT for the right in, right out, along with other comments and recommendations from DOT. And that's not been of an issue for this master plan proposal, but did want to remind you that has been reviewed, and that allows us to have far better traffic flow for the school itself, as well as another point of access, and exiting on Post Oak Trit, which should also help overall traffic flow along Post Oak Trit, having 2 accesses as opposed to 1. As a result of where that needs to be located, you have a curve, you have property as you approach the intersection. This is the appropriate location. Currently, the swimming pool and tennis courts are located essentially in this location here. with a pool located here and tennis courts more towards the front. We are proposing to relocate the swimming pool to this location in the central part of the property and the tennis courts in this part of the property. Existing now is a ball field here. This is currently a practice field, and we're proposing to place the tennis courts in that location. If you remember, the swimming pool was an issue that was discussed at length last month and has been in terms of noise, which is the overall, I would say, complaint that has been generated over the many years is noise effect. I think the result of our discussions is in placing the swimming pool here. To remind you once again, that swimming pool sits about 25 feet below the level of this football field or ball field here, against a 25-foot tall retaining wall, sits below, okay, which really acts to buffer the noise. But one of the questions we had been asked was how do we further buffer that noise or contain that noise? And we have made the commitment and expressed that in our letter of December 11th, that pool now would be fully enclosed. So it would be enclosed inside a building, in essence, so that it would even further dampen the noise and try to address that at Mount Bethel Christian Academy's cost. And I think that's a very important concession. The pool today, located here, is not enclosed. It has a type of roof structure, but the roof is really more like a tent. It's more like a tented pool that's left open, and they hear the pool today. When it's state that they hear the pool today or activity when it's particularly busy with matches or practices or what have you, that they hear that today when it's located here. We think that positioning is far better because it's going to be protected far better, and we'll have an enclosed building at this point. And we think that was the issue. That had been the issue that had been expressed to us all along, and we feel like we fully addressed that at this point. Also, with the tennis courts located here where the existing ball field is, our existing practice field, it makes a lot of sense for us to move it there. Tennis courts are not that noisy. This is also centrally located. In addition, where this practice field is located today, there are lights that are there. There's a lit practice field, and those lights have been there. One of the reasons we want to place the tennis courts there is so that when those lights are replaced, we're not changing a location of where something is lit. Those are lit today, and that way where these tennis courts will be, and a new practice field here, the lighting of that area stays the same in terms of where it's located. So you're not introducing some new element to some side of the property that's not already there now. That is, it's lit now. It would be replaced with new LED lights in the future, which are far better, downcast and so forth, which will be a far better situation. But you're not introducing new lights into an area that already doesn't have lights. And I think that's very important and explains why, from a location standpoint, the tennis courts make sense. You also note these are the placement of the new buildings. Currently, this is the existing building here, the permanent building. There are temporary modular classrooms that are located on the property, obviously to serve the students. What this master plan will do will show the full build out of the buildings. We have stipulated that the maximum height of those buildings would be 3 stories. We've also stipulated that final elevations and building design would be approved by the district commissioner. And we're certainly fine with the district commissioner then, of course, sending those to East Cobb Civic Association for their review and input, which this particular district commissioner, as all of y'all do routinely. We're fine if that's included as part of the stipulations as well and have no issue with that in terms of their opportunity to see that ahead of time. From the rest of the site plan itself, to note, this shows the location of the baseball field, baseball softball field, as it would be slightly shifted. Today, that ball field is located here. We've outlined it kind of here. It's in that positioning. We would rotate it. It would become a little bit larger so that it would be able to be a standard ball field for actual use by the school, which we think is important, but it doesn't change its location in terms of where it is. It still maintains in terms of how close it is to this boundary. It's no closer than that boundary and no closer than it is today. In addition, it's important because that ball field does have lights and always has had lights. And again, we're making sure that any portion that's lit, we're going to replace lights that's in an area that already has lights, and therefore you're not introducing a new element into that situation. the issues that we have remaining, the East Cobb Civic Association has requested that the buildings be specifically designated and laid out with designs at this point in time. And it's just not the stage. This is a private school. They have a master plan that shows the layout and the footprints of the buildings, and that's what we're being asked to propose to you as a master plan. When those buildings are fully designed, at that appropriate time, once they get to that point, they'll be reviewed and that opportunity will exist. For us to be able to do that today would just put things out of order. They need to go through those steps and make sure that that occurs and just does so in a way that matches up with how they're funded as a private school, which makes plenty of sense to me. But it doesn't cut anybody out of that process at all. In addition, they've requested that the building heights be limited to 35 feet in height. We're generally fine with that as measured by Cobb County Code. I would ask, though, that because we've told them this all along, that property does slope, and so those buildings would be 2 stories, i.e. 35 feet is measured under Cobb County's definition, but they do have a walkout type of basement floor to them because they're built into the topography that's present there. The last thing that they've asked for is that until the temporary modular classrooms be removed until the new buildings are built, where would we have the kids learning? That doesn't make sense to us. They will be gone when the new buildings are built, and that's just the appropriate way to do that. And we would ask for your consideration of approval today. Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition. Excuse me, I need to take a quick 2-minute recess, please. I just need to get some clarification. People walk in after the time that we started who may want to also oppose this and who may also want to speak in opposition who were not sworn in. So I just want to defer to our staff to see how we can address that before you continue or before you get started.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're currently in case other business item number 63 of 2024, which is Mount Bethel Christian Academy Incorporated. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to this case? Please stand up and raise your hands. So we got 4. Okay, so this, all right, so this,
Okay, let him finish the.
so there's 4 people here opposed to the case. All those who support the case, please stand up and raise your hand.
Do another count.
Let the record show there's 22 people here in support.
Thank you.
All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, so there's no additional people who are looking to speak? All right, thank you, John, appreciate it.
I just wanted to make sure, because.
Put your mic,
I just wanted to make sure if you don't take up the whole 10 minutes and they're in opposition, they can speak.
Yes, that's fine.
They weren't here when we did the call.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, board members, my name is Richard Grome. I am with East Cobb Civic Association,
and ECCA case manager for OB 63. All of our comments today were submitted to the commissioners earlier and reprinted today for your convenience. ECCA believes that the Mount Bethel Christian Academy master plan before the commission today needs additional information added to its prior approval, or to any approval. ECCA also recommends that the following be shown on the site plan and the master plan. As Mr. Moore brought up, we have requested that each building or facility be given its own individual number and be labeled in the legend as to its use. For example, theater, gymnasium, pool, tennis, etc. Each building and facility have its structural dimensions, including height, listed on the legend, and each be built according to the approved dimensions. If you can't label the buildings as to their use and you can't give them dimensions, how can this be a master plan? In addition, ECCA recommends specific changes in additions to the proposed stipulations we received from Mr. Moore on December 11th. ECCA recommends the following changes to the stipulation letter. Stipulation 1, the maximum building height be expressed in feet, not stories, and be changed from 3 stories to 35 feet. The reason for this, frankly, is I have seen gymnasiums put on the 3rd floor of a 3-story building, and that gymnasium itself was 30 feet high. So we'd like it more specific. If the pool is relocated, that it be an enclosed building with no option for a different type of enclosure, and I think Mr. Moore just agreed to that, frankly. That stipulation 3, that any final elevations of proposed buildings be reviewed by ECCA and the neighbors for recommendations to the district commissioner before any approval decision is made. Stipulation 4, in addition to complying with the DOT, add to the stipulation along with any other staff comments and recommendations. Stipulation 5, we have no change. ECCA recommends the following additional stipulations. Stipulation 6, prior to any other structures being built, the temporary portable classrooms shall be removed and replaced by permanent classrooms. As you know, these temporary classrooms now have been there for 7 years, and supposedly the last LUP was the last time it was going to be okayed. Stipulation 7, in an effort to reduce the noise to the neighbors from outdoor sports activities, any of the outdoor facilities be restricted to sports activities performed by MBCA students and their opponents only and not be rented to other organizations. Stipulation 8, for any relocated tennis or pool facilities, all lighting be downlit contained within the pool or tennis facility, respectively turned off by 10 p.m., and the tennis facility shall be only for tennis, not for pickleball. Stipulation 9, the proposed relocated practice field shall not have any lighting. In our discussions with MBCA, when we mentioned that they were not replacing the practice field, they were just relocating the practice field alongside the tennis courts, they stipulated that, or they said that they didn't plan on putting lighting on it. So we'd like that in the stipulations. Stipulation 10, the proposed relocation of the baseball field shall include a minimum buffer of 80 feet to the applicant's property line to the north. The buffer to the west be less than that of the present baseball field, and the lighting be downlit and turned off by 10 p.m. Stipulation 11, all parking areas to have downlit lighting and turned off by 11 p.m. I'm sorry, the previous should have been lights off at the baseball field by 10 p.m. And that parking areas to the in all the parking areas, downlit lighting and turned off by 11 p.m. except for walkway lighting to the parking lot. ECCA recommends holding this application until the requested information is added to the master plan. ECCA also recommends that all the changes and additions we have listed to the applicant's stipulation letter be included in this application before it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. There's about a balance of 5 minutes, and I didn't see anyone else to speak in opposition. So, not seeing any takers, I will turn things over to the district commissioner.
Okay. Lahia, can you come up? I can't find Kevin's. Step over.
Good afternoon,
Can
Ligia
you-
Florem, DOT.
Hey,
Sorry.
come on. Good afternoon now. Can you speak to the new entrance here and why it's needed for traffic flow and drop-off pattern, but also that it meets sight distance requirements from the signal at Post Oak Trip, or both ways?
Sure. So our comments, they are proposing a new driveway, as they mentioned, to the east, closer to the signal, or closer to their eastmost property line. And that is proposed as a right-in, right-out, which is okay, except for our concern is with the stopping sight distance and sight distance in general, so which are two different measurements. But they are proposing that they will have to adhere to that. That is not negotiable, and they understand that. So the minimum required for Post Oak Trip, let me make sure that I say that. I believe it's instead of holding it down. It's required based on the miles per hour is what they have to measure. And they're willing to adhere to that, and in order to accommodate that, both driveways will have to comply with the minimum sight distance required. And they will have to perhaps acquire easements if they have to, clear the right-of-way if they have to, in order to accomplish that minimum sight distance. What else? I think that's the only main issue that we have with the driveways. As long as they can meet those sight distance requirements, then we will be okay with them.
But all that would be in plan review?
Correct.
With DOT
Yes.
comments? Okay. All right, I think that's all I had for DOT. Did y'all have anything?
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, for the right-in, right-out at the new entrance, there will be a decel lane turning in to the right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So yes, they're proposing a right turn lane into that one, and they already have a right turn lane into the main entrance.
Okay. Mr. Moore? I know we've had many conversations, and I think walking the property and seeing where everything's being proposed and the proximity to the neighbors and so on and so forth was very helpful to me, especially with the, comments as well from the neighbors. And we met for over 2 hours, and then I met with one of the neighbors to see what they visually see from their back deck. And I know when the field was done, there is an 85-foot buffer from the field to the back property line of the neighbors on Alberta, and that will remain. That is not being disturbed. That will remain. And I believe there was some trees, additional landscape and trees planted in that buffer to enhance that area but the houses are up higher, so they do see the field, and I'm sure hear noises from time to time, but there are no lights approved for the football field, nor will there be. That's not what's before us, that's done.
Correct.
So, but I just want to make sure the 85-foot buffer is staying in place, and it could be enhanced from time to time as the trees die or put more mature trees in to block some of the visual from the events going on. So, and I know I asked at the beginning for a master plan. Rather than come in every year or every other year for other business to make a change here and there, I asked for a master plan of everything that's going to be permanent because of the temporary classrooms you had. Now it's time to build permanent classrooms. The stipulation of maximum capacity of students at 625 still remains. That's not changing. And it's my understanding that the middle school will be accompanying the high school that's already there. And y'all are working on the elementary grades to stay where they are or go somewhere else. And if anything changes of these existing stipulations that will remain, of course, we'll be back here public hearings and input from the neighbors. So also, we asked initially about the pool. When we did the walkthrough, the location of the pool now, it just has like a bubble tent over it. The neighbor said that they could hear noise from that. And we asked, could it be enclosed? Even though where you're asking to move it to, it is behind a 25-foot wall that will remain. Right. And initially, you couldn't enclose it. And it is going to be expensive, but you have agreed, your client has agreed to totally enclose it.
Yes.
So your stipulation where number 2 on your letter, December 11th, it says applicant agrees the pool shall have an enclosure or shall be located within an enclosed building. I'd like to make that the applicant agrees the pool shall be totally enclosed or within a building.
That would be agreeable.
It's the same thing. But I just want to make sure all 4 sides are enclosed and the roof in a whole building is enclosed. So let's go through Rick's, ECCA's recommendations. I know you commented that you can't actually label each classroom or gym or whatever it's going to be. But on the legend there, you have if it's academics or athletics or.
Yes. Can I ask, I'll point to it just to answer the question if you'd like for me to, just to.
Okay.
I'll be quick about it. There is a legend included with our plan. It identifies this set of buildings as new proposed academic buildings, as well as this building. This larger building, though, most likely will be include an auditorium as well. But again, that's what it most likely would include. But these are all labeled as new buildings, academic type related. This building's existing and labeled as such. And again, we've labeled and identified by legend there's other elements as well, that this is the new pool location, that this is the old pool location, and that type of thing. So it's labeled to that extent. I just understand that they wanted it more specific than that, but that's as specific as we can get at this point.
Okay, so if this is approved, when this comes back for final approval for the full site plan, after it's been through plan review and all that,
Right.
I have to sign off on it, and I always put with review by East Cobb Civic Association and surrounding neighbors. And that's not just Alberta Drive, but also Hampton, I'm drawing a blank.
Yes.
The other neighbors on the, by the field, the other softball field.
Yes.
So rather than name specific neighbors, I'm saying surrounding neighbors, because they will get review and comments before the district commissioner signs off. Okay, so let's go through these other stipulations.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, folks, but this is going to be long and drawn out because it is. I want to make sure we get everything included. So let's take the tennis courts. Explain to me what you're doing. That is an existing softball field with lights, but it's not regulation for baseball. So the dotted line inside the field is what's there now.
That's correct.
And so you're expanding downward and a little bit over here, but they're still within that 85-foot buffer.
Yes, it's being rotated interior to the property, not being moved any closer to residential property than it is now. So it's being shifted down and turned, and so that the expansion of it, so it can be a regular ball field, can be made. But it's an existing ball field now.
CP, can you drop that down a little bit so we can see the top? Okay. So what was the buffer here?
There's not a specified buffer along that area today. So, but we're showing where it would be located, and so, again, that's what we've put into place, is so that it would, again, the closest point of the existing ball field is right here to this house. We're actually, it'll be shifted actually away from that house, but then this corner is no closer to this property line than this existing corner is. But the closest homes are right here. And so we're actually moving it away from the existing homes slightly. By slightly, it's by, 20 plus feet or more, at least, if not more.
Okay. And I know the field house that's already been approved is 2 stories, but for these classrooms and other new buildings, you're asking for 3 stories, and East Cobb Civic is saying maximum height 35 feet. So does that include what's below grade, 35 feet, or is that on top of what's below grade?
35 feet would be measured, according to Cobb County ordinance, would be measured 35 feet from grade, in this instance, to the underside of the top roof structure, is how I understand it. But that's, again, if the 35-foot height maximum is measured according to Cobb County, it's something that we could be agreeable to.
Okay. Because these are going to be lower grade
Oh, yeah.
than, but will they be able to see the third story from the back deck?
I mean, it's,
I doubt they will with the field house
I mean, you're
there.
400
Maybe
feet
not.
away or more from
And
their
it's low,
homes.
it's lower than,
And it's lower than where they are, that's correct.
okay,
I mean,
so.
it's a long way away.
What did you say you would be agreeable to, 35 feet above grade?
Right.
Two-story above grade?
Correct.
Okay.
Which grade are we going to measure that from, though? Are we going to measure it from Post Oak Trit, I think was the name of the road, or are we going to measure it at the site? Because it sounds like the topography on this parcel changes. There is nothing in there that's going to stop them from infilling and building it up. So when we're sitting here talking about 35 feet above grade, where's your starting point? Because they can change it at any time.
Well, to me, I'm thinking the level, the ground level where it is now.
Because again, with their grading plan, they could lift it 10, 12 feet. So where your 35-foot, where is that going to start from? From the existing topography or on how they change the topo? Because that does impact the neighbors differently.
Yeah. Are you going to be grading this to build from lower up?
All right, so the property, if you remember, this is higher, this is a hill. As it goes up to where this existing pool is located now, this comes up. So the property then falls down, coming across the property this way, which is why you see the lake or pond that's located here. It's falling this way. So the 2 stories would be measured from this side, or the 35 feet, which would be the grade for these buildings. And then these buildings, you know, this is lower than this parking lot, for example, okay? So on this side, you'd have to fit that in. This side's 2 stories. From this side, the lower side, it's 3 stories, which is why we defined it as 3 stories, because that's how it would be counted for Cobb County purposes. But for building height purposes, the grade it actually set for these buildings is on this side. Did I say that right, Matt? Yeah. Because that's how the property falls.
So is a classroom typically 3 stories?
Well, it's because you have 2 stories from this grade, which is higher. So this is the existing grade of essentially where the pool is now, which is here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if you remember, then there's kind of a hill. So this is graded to be flat, so you can come in here and create the parking here. So it's 2 stories from this side, and you come in here, there is a basement level to come out, so the building can fit, so we can avoid doing what Commissioner Gambrell was talking about. We don't want to fill that much. We just put the building into the topography that's there without having to completely reshape the site that much. You're using the topography to help you with this. Because this is existing, if you remember, if you come in now, this is an existing grade here, and then this is higher. So it's just fitting, it's like a 2-1 split. If you have a house on a basement, for example, if I'm standing on the street and I look at the house, it's got 2 stories. If I go around the back, it's got 3 stories, 1, 2, and then the basement level. So the same theory of concept is applying here.
But the basement or the first story would be like a basement underground.
Unless you go around to the back, and then it's 3. But from the front, if you think about a house, a lot of houses that you see,
And just be
2 stories, and then there's a basement in the back. Same concept here. When you come in this entrance and you're in this parking lot, it looks like it's 2 stories. It's less than 35 feet measured from the curb line of this parking. But from this area here where you come in, it's going to it's more. That's the basement side, because that's how the property falls. And that's what we've explained to them, to everybody all along, and that's what fits for the property. But again, it's,
Okay. We'll have to come back to that one because I'm not an engineer. And then number two, you've agreed to totally enclose inside a building for the
Yes.
pool. And number three, we're gonna add, review and comment by ECCA and surrounding neighbors. Or replace with after ECCA has reviewed said documents with input from the neighbors and provided its recommendations. That's fine too. Yeah, DOT and all staff comments and recommendations.
yes.
And then number 5. Okay, so Mr. Peterson, did you give us your staff's recommendation? Or your recommendation?
Not yet, Commissioner Burrow, but I can.
Okay, can you help us with this 2-story, 3-story grading issue?
Well, as far as these buildings, when the staff goes out there to measure it, for non-residential buildings, we do it from the curb level in front of the building. So wherever the curb is, that's where we measure our 35 feet up. Now, if these are flat roof buildings, it goes to the bottom side of the beams for a flat roof. If it's a gabled roof or a pitched roof, then it's halfway up the roof.
Correct.
So,
Okay, but these are all flat, they look like.
yes. So it's going to be from 35 feet from the curb level in front of the building going up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's agreeable.
Yes,
Okay.
because that curb line, just for everybody's, that's going to be from that parking lot on the right. The drive-in from the right would be the curb line set for those buildings.
Okay, and then, the way the legend on here with the labels, this whole right side of buildings will be new,
Yes,
and the left side is where the modulars are now? Or are some of them existing? I can't remember.
here we go. On the left side, you have, this is the existing building. This would be a new building. The modulars are located in this area, and I believe in this area too. Isn't that right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Are the tennis courts fenced?
These would be fenced, and they're
Right.
fenced now, where they are located now, yes.
And do they have the netting on the back to
I'm sure.
help
Yes.
with the visual and the noise?
Yes,
So to
yes.
speak?
Yes.
Okay. And then talk about the lighting. I know it's already existing on this practice field over here, or softball field,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
the lights that are there now will carry over to the tennis courts?
Yes, there's lighting here for the existing ball field, and there's lighting here where the existing practice field is. Or it's just a field, but it's called the practice field. There's lighting here, separate lighting for both locations.
Okay, so fence and netting on the tennis courts, or screen, whatever you call it.
Sure.
I played tennis all my life, but I don't know what you call it. And then, any lighting that's existing, you can't add additional lighting. You can replace them with LED or shielded down,
Right.
I guess, but any additional lighting is going to have to come back.
Okay. Yeah. The existing lighting's here, which would be replaced, and the existing lighting here would be replaced at that time. So
With
that's so
newer-
we're agreeable. Yeah.
And it'll all be shielded downward, not
Correct.
not
And-
out to the neighborhoods.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also got a letter from, an email yesterday from someone in Vermillion subdivision, which is across the street on Post Oak Tritt. And he was saying that there are no street lights out there on the major portion of this road at the entrance to the school and at their neighborhood. And it's really dark entering in there at night.
For their neighborhood, I don't know.
No, at the entrance at the school.
Okay.
So I'd like y'all to look into additional street lighting, maybe especially at this new entrance, because it gets dark early now, and, you know, we want people, pedestrians and vehicles entering and exiting, students, from the school to be safe.
Sure, we do too. So we're happy to investigate that. Has
Okay.
not been raised previously, but so we're happy to take a look at that. We obviously want it safe for us. We have an obligation and responsibility as well.
Okay. What else? What else do you want to do, Kevin?
Can I ask a question with respect to lighting, since you just brought that up? Kevin, do you have the ECCA letter in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but I wrote them down, so I'm happy.
You have
to
it
review.
memorized.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Which one?
On page 3, Commissioner, it's number 9, regarding a new practice field, shall not have any lighting. And when you talked about lighting, I was thinking the same thing, because in daylight saving time, it gets dark very early.
I'll take it. I've got it. Thanks, Rick. Yeah, we're not proposing new lights for the new practice field.
Okay, so
location.
that would be used only in the daytime hours and not
Yeah.
used in the evening?
Right, we're not proposing new lights. That's what I was saying, the lights that are there now would just be replaced. That falls back to what Commissioner Burrow was saying, so we're not
Yeah, they
replacing, we're
can't
not
add
adding lights.
additional. There's already lights at this field.
If you see, it kind of covers that area.
Okay, so they already are, okay.
But they didn't want us to their recommendation was not to put up additional new lights there, and we're not, so we're agreeable.
It's so hard to read the text on the legend from here. I don't know the new practice field. Where is that, Kevin?
Sure.
Up here.
Okay, and there's lighting already for number 12.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, the lighting for the existing softball, baseball field has lighting. And that lighting, they can keep they may be repositioned or whatever, but they can keep what they have, the lighting they have there now, but replace it with LED or shielded down lights, so they don't impact the neighbors, but they can't add additional locations.
So as you're moving the tennis court, there will be no lighting in the tennis court?
The lighting there's lighting where the tennis courts are going. There's lighting there now.
Okay.
So
There's
that's why we're
lighting.
moving them to a place where there's
Where there
lighting
is
now,
lighting,
so we don't
okay.
have to add lights. that are
But
already there.
the new
Thank you.
practice field behind the tennis courts will not be lighted.
There will not be additional lighting added, that's correct.
All right. So you have to keep what lighting is already there. You can replace it with, LED or updated
Okay.
lighting that will shield down. You just can't add more lights.
Okay, and that's more clear. Right now, it says it won't have any lighting versus it will use existing lighting.
Right.
That's
Commissioner Burrow's
fair.
proposal as presented is that we would not be adding lighting. I
Okay.
think that covers all of it, to me, in a much
Okay.
better fashion. Makes more sense from my standpoint than
Okay.
trying to specify this, that, or the other.
Okay.
So just in that clarity, where you have number 9, it says shall not have any lighting, is that restrictive language, considering we're not adding lighting?
Right. I just don't think that's, shall not have any lighting. It'll have spillover lighting. I just would rather say we're not going to add lighting and then we know what we're dealing with.
Right, I just wouldn't want someone saying, oh, look, I can see some light here.
Correct.
Code enforcement, come, this is a violation. I'm just asking if the language is too restrictive, if
It is.
there could be some spillover lighting.
As written in their proposed recommendation, yes, as proposed by Commissioner Burrow, it addresses the same issue.
Got it, okay.
In a better
Understood.
fashion. That way it defines it for staff. Okay, there's no new lighting, just replacement of existing lighting.
Okay, thank you.
So on number 8, for any new tennis or pool facility, all lighting be downlit and contained within the pool or tennis facility respectively and turned off by 10 p.m.
Right.
Are these lights on a timer for 10 p.m. already?
No, but we have no objection to the outdoor lighting to be, which is what they've recommended, outdoor lighting to be turned off by 10 p.m. and parking lot lights and so forth to go off at 11 a.m. 11 p.m.
Okay. But I need to change that no additional lighting,
Correct.
just replacing existing.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, and the temporary modular classrooms for the high school
Yes.
are going to have to, you're going to have to house them somewhere until these buildings on the right are built for the high school students.
Correct.
So I know they're asking that they be removed, but where are they going to go?
Correct.
So I can't restrict that, or you'd have to shut down.
We wouldn't want that.
No, well, I can't, whatever. So that was their number 6, but I don't know how that can be done. Okay, what about renting out the ball fields and stuff? Is that being done now?
It's not being done in that sense of renting them out to whatever. The fields and facilities at times are used. We have coaches, assistant coaches, community coaches, and obviously they're encouraged to, they're only, sometimes they function as coaches in community for community organizations, be it for whatever sport it might be associated with. And at times they're going to want to bring those kids or bring that function to use our facilities. That happens at every school across the entire county, both private and public. That's what happens. I mean, it occurs. Now and we would not want to stop that. We wouldn't want to stop that level of outreach from a community involvement, that level for us. But the idea is that there had been a couple of instances where they had large events that had been hosted at the school that were not by the school, and that is what raised some noise concerns at the time. But otherwise, it's fairly normal, typical. It's not every day or every week or anything like that. But there will be times when others would use it, but it's associated with the coaches and people there at Mount Bethel. So, I just, the way that's written means this school is being treated differently than any other school in Cobb County, both private or public. And it's being restricted way more from its operational standpoint than any other school, public or private, in Cobb County. Despite all of the public and private schools that we have in Cobb County that are located adjacent to neighborhoods or in residential areas. So I just think that goes too far for us, because I don't know. I know the ill that they're trying to correct with that is having some big giant event that's not associated with the school, and we understand that, and we've put a stop to that. But you know, the tennis coach needs to be, that maybe a tennis coach in the community as well needs to be able to bring them in, and have the use of the tennis facility. Same with the swim, that kind of thing. It's just normal the way that these operate.
And just so I'm clear, the distinction, because you said it's not currently rented out, the distinction is that there's no transaction that's around the use of these. It's reservable but not rented.
Yeah, generally
So other
speaking, that's
entities
right.
can- okay.
But it's, as I said, the way it's being done is it's really through the people there at Mount Bethel. It's not just random, show up, let me rent your place, even though that occurs in other locations, but not right here. I mean, the idea that it's only Mount Bethel, no other renting or use by anybody else, that restriction just goes too far into how these, how the people in the community around a school like Mount Bethel Christian Academy, or like any other school, name it, and I can go to you and tell you exactly what they do as far as that goes. So.
Right, I'm just curious, I was just curious if there was like a monetary transaction for the renting component, or is it like a portal where people can reserve the space?
It's really used by
parents or something?
Primarily it's used by
Like how does someone know?
community coaches, and through the athletic office and through the school's administrative office. That's handled and scheduled for use by that. But your private schools here rely a lot on community coaches a lot of times as part of their coaching staff, as well as their own coaches that they have, who are also involved outside of the school and the community with coaching those respective sports, and for example, and all of those, and that happens in public and private schools, and sometimes it's a good thing to then be able to bring their community team or whatever it is to use the school facility for either a practice or something like that. But it's not to the extent that occurred. We understand that and heard the neighbors. They called us and let us know. We're like, okay, that doesn't need to happen. We don't want that to happen either. So there's a distinction in terms of degree, and I just don't want the baby in the bathwater thrown out because of that. We're fine addressing the issue that was created, but we don't want the whole ability for the school to function as a school should, to have that level of involvement with the community that it's in.
Thank you.
So you could say no renting of these facilities outside of anyone affiliated with Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Yep, sir, you're going to have to come up.
I was just getting some information. So, I mean, the example would be you might have a summer camp being run by a Mount Bethel coach for there, and is that associated? You're dealing with a school, a board, an administration, just wants to make sure they're following whatever rules are set up. So I'm just trying to make sure that lines up.
Okay. I think that's coming from when Windshape Camp was there.
Yes.
And
We don't do
caused
that
a lot of
anymore.
noise issues.
That's right. And there was a jamboree held that was put together that was there, that
with different schools involved.
And that's, they're not doing that, nor are they allowing for that going forward. That was the type of thing that caused the issue.
Okay, well, okay. But if it's a coach affiliated with Mount Bethel, I understand, but
Right.
not just, charging a fee for another team or organization to come in and cause more noise or issues. Okay,
You
the
could say
tennis court-
unrelated, unaffiliated, third party, I mean, to try to really draw that line, just to help, if that's of help.
Okay,
If you're
and I'm not sure why the no pickleball is a issue, because we have a lot of parks that we have converted. The tennis courts, there are different lines for pickleball than tennis courts, and so they actually use tennis courts and pickleball on the same court.
Right.
So I'm not sure why they asked for that, if that's
think it's
additional
noise
noise
related.
or
There's a
something.
distinct noise of the pickleball compared
I
to a
don't-
tennis
okay.
ball that has been reported in different articles and concerns of neighbors, which could be, I can't speak for ECCA, but when I read that, that's what I perceived. that
Okay.
there was a specific annoyance with that sound.
It's your call. I mean,
I know the
I'm not gonna-
padding on the
yeah,
tennis court the screening, if it's padded, helps with the noise, but Kelly, you're the pickleball expert. Weigh in here.
Well, Commissioner Richardson was first, but my kind of take on the pickleball is that is not a recognized high school sport. Therefore, why do they need to have it? It's kind of how I'm judging that one.
Yes, thank you for coming up.
Okay,
Please, yes.
What?
I was just going to say that considering this is ECCA's artifact, it might be worthwhile to have someone
Rick
from
come up.
ECCA just give just some rationale behind the pickleball restriction.
just to answer the question, look, that's not something we're gonna, climb a hill and plant a flag on. But, pickleball is used as a PE recreational activity for kids. I mean, that's just part of what they do. So, and it's pretty popular from that standpoint. I think as far as having pickleball available for the general public, when it's gonna be during times that'll be like that, yeah, we've already kind of, I think we're gonna address that. So that's how it's used in terms of if pickleball is gonna be played on those courts, it's played as part of the recreation / PE. We all remember being PE and you played different sports and you did that. That's part of what PE is, teaching you like that. So that's how it would be used for pickleball. And I can tell you, outdoor PE activities and use of the fields are a lot louder than the pickleball that would take place during the 6th grade PE class.
Interesting.
Just
Just a
put some real.
disclaimer, I have seen young people play pickleball.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I have a quick question going back to renting the facilities. Are they currently being rented to
No.
any other organizations?
No,
So they're not currently being rented?
No.
Okay.
They're used like I was speaking to them. They're used in association with people affiliated with the school one way or the other.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Not in the sense of rented to an unaffiliated third party, independent totally from the school.
Thank you.
and, I'm sorry. And while we're going back, number 6 of the ECCA recommendations, which was for the temporary portable classrooms, I know you might not want to put any restrictions as far as when they need to be removed, but it's my understanding their LUP has expired. So are you going to make them come back and become in compliance with that?
when the new buildings are built, where they can go.
Right, but my understanding is their LUP is expired currently. So
But they're in
technically, they
for
should
zoning.
not have the buildings there. If this gets approved today, we're still going to have temporary buildings there, which means they still need to get a LUP to allow those buildings to stay, or those portables to stay until the buildings are constructed.
Can I just add that, John? That the temporary modular classrooms will be removed once the new buildings, permanent structures are occupied?
Yes, and one thing I want to clear up about the
Because
temporary
I
buildings.
can't give you a time frame. They can't either.
Right, so I mean, they could sit there in temporary buildings for the next 10, 20 years. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to, but if they don't have to renew this every 2 years, like everybody else has to renew their LUP, this is in perpetuity then.
And Commissioner Gamble, one thing I want to clear up about that issue is these were never LUPs. They were just site plan approvals the board approved that expired after 2 years. But they were not LUPs.
So they will
I
have
thought
to-
they were, so.
But they will have to be removed
Yes.
when the new buildings, the permanent buildings are occupied.
And we're looking forward to that day, obviously.
I know. I think, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say for the record, I was asking about the renting, not necessarily to restrict or promote it.
Sure.
It was just for clarification behind the question that had been asked. Because, I mean, a lot of times rental fees are offered up, and many times it's to account for any type of cleanup or, you know, logistical things that the visitor may,
Sure.
any damages that may be incurred. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank
I wasn't recommending a stipulation.
Okay. But it's addressed in ECCA's, so I will address it in my motion. Oh, boy. Okay.
Thank you.
If there are not any other questions, I think I might be ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, like I said, we asked for Mount Bethel to come back with a master plan to accommodate everything that they're planning to do here, rather than, you know, temporary classrooms every year coming back or 2 years coming back, and revisions to the parking and additional egress and ingress for the campus. So we've had a lot of meetings, we've had a lot of conversations, and I do understand the neighbors' concerns, but I also know that there have been a lot of conditions that we have put on Mount Bethel to alleviate a lot of those concerns regarding noise and buffers and so on and so forth. So I think that the way this is outlined now, with some of the revisions that both parties have agreed to, we can approve this as it is. However, the final site plan and elevations and landscape plans, buffers, everything, well, has to come back for final approval with review by East Cobb Civic and the surrounding neighbors with comments and input. And before I make an official motion, what is staff's recommendation, Mr. Peterson? He has to do it on other business.
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve the request subject to the letter of conditions from Kevin Moore dated December 11th, 2024, which includes the site plan, Number 2, fire department comments and recommendations contained in the other business packet. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations contained in the other business packet. And all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Commissioner Burkle.
Okay, what was that letter dated
December 11th, 2024.
with the site plan?
Yeah, it's got site plan
Oh,
attached
in the
to it.
back, okay. Okay. I will make a motion to approve other business 63. With Mr. Kevin Moore's letter dated December 11th, 2024, with revisions, and I'm just going to go through ECCA's. This is going to be long, but with the following revisions to the STIP letter from Mr. Moore. Number 1, the maximum height of the buildings, all buildings shall be 35 feet from grade of curb. Is that what you said, John? Yes. Number 2, applicant agrees the pool shall be totally enclosed or shall be located within an enclosed building. Number 3, final elevations of the proposed buildings are subject to approval by district commissioner. After ECCA and surrounding neighbors have reviewed said documents with input and comments and provided their recommendations. Number 4, applicant agrees to comply with all Cobb County DOT comments and all staff comments and recommendations. And then number 5 was okay. And then, and we're adding additional steps. Number 6, we're not deleting number 6, but we will say that the temporary modular classrooms shall be removed once the first set of buildings for the high school are completed and occupied. And then number 7, use of any outdoor athletic facility shall be restricted to athletic sports activities associated with Mount Bethel Christian Academy, or any team associated with Mount Bethel Christian Academy, and no renting out to other organizations unless they're affiliated with Mount Bethel staff or school. For any new, okay, there's not new lighting on the tennis or the pool. Pool's going to be enclosed, so that's not an issue. But the existing lighting on the current softball field can be replaced, but no additional lighting, and it will be downlit and contained and turned off by 10 p.m. And as far as pickleball, I'm not going to restrict it to no pickleball because it's the same court and there's no additional lighting. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. But the tennis courts will be fenced and screened with a patty to cut down on the noise. The new, number 9, the proposed new practice field shall not have any lighting. 10, the proposed new baseball field include a minimum buffer of 80 feet to the Mount Bethel property line to the north, which that is already existing and will remain. And the buffer to the west shall be no less than that of the present baseball field. And that is at least the same, or it may be a little bit bigger buffer, but no less than the present baseball field. And the lighting to be downlit and turned off by 10 p.m. And all the parking areas to have downlit lighting and turned off by 11 p.m., except for walkway lighting to the parking lot. And then once this is approved, it goes through plan review. We'll have a better idea of the elevations and dimensions, and all that will come back to us, to me, or district commissioner, for final approval with input and recommendations from East Cobb Civic and the surrounding neighbors. With all these dimensions and height and everything listed on the legend before anything is signed off on. And all other staff comments, recommendations, not otherwise in conflict, to remain previous conditions to remain in effect.
Is there a second?
Second, but just one, when you read 9, did you want to say shall not have any additional lighting, or did you just want to keep it at shall not have any lighting?
The practice field behind the tennis courts, it won't have lighting unless it's already there, like the tennis.
And that's why I'm
Yeah.
offering up the, because when you read it.
No
it-
additional lighting. That's what, okay. No additional lighting for number 9.
Okay, thank you. So yes, my second still stands. We're in discussion.
All right, Commissioner Gamble.
John, what is the maximum impervious surface allowed for a church? Is it 55?
It's 70%.
70%. So Commissioner Burrell, I know part of ECCA's concerns were there was no building sizes. So do you maybe want to stipulate that impervious surface cannot exceed 70% since that is not noted on the site plan?
Sure. Because that would be standard anyway for me.
Right, but because we're now approving a site plan that doesn't have that called out, I don't want to get caught in a loophole here.
Right, and maximum, I'll add maximum impervious surface not to exceed 70%. Do you know what they're at now? Or Kevin, do you know what the impervious is with this site plan?
It's less than 70%.
Okay. But he knows he can't go over 70 anyway.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
I hope the clerk has all that. Okay.
I don't, wait, if it's amended, do it, not amended, but do I need to reaffirm my second? Okay.
Yeah.
I see no. Great.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
And thank you all for your participation and patience.
Oh, give a minute or so. That was long. Okay, John, whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, next case is other business item number 64 of 2024, which is to consider a site plan approval for K.A. Marietta LLC regarding rezoning application 223 of 1988 and Z95 of 1990. The property is located on the south side of Gordy Parkway, west of Sandy Plains Road, in land lot 334, the 16th district. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 64? Two, okay. The record show there's two people opposed. Is there anyone here in support of the business item number 64? So we got 4. Okay, let the record show there's 4 people here in support. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Kevin, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Kevin Moore here on behalf of K.A. Marietta LLC and this application for other business, which is a site plan approval for this site, which is almost 1.5 acres located on Gordy Parkway. And as seen on your screen, you can see where it's located as Gordy Parkway approaches Shallowford. This property was originally zoned, it was not originally, it was zoned office institutional, O&I, originally zoned as part of the overall kind of major rezonings that occurred in 1985 and 1988 at the intersection of Sandy Plains Road and Shallowford. There's 4 large quadrants there that were rezoned in 85 and 88, and then there were some subsequent rezoning actions that occurred in that area to set that particular community activity center up for a very long time, which included the development of Gordy Parkway. This property, though, was zoned O&I during that time. It was never part of any of the site plan approvals that occurred. So what we're submitting to you is a site plan approval request under another business application for a kiddie academy. Is the proposed applicant to here, and Shannon Whitehead are here as will be the operators of the Kiddie Academy at this location, and to do so very successfully in their other location in Cobb County as well. We've worked through the issues on this particular site. The first primary issue had been regarding access and how that would be handled due to site distance issues. So what we have proposed and what has been accepted by Cobb DOT is a right in, right out, and left in only. The traffic movement that's prohibited is the left out. So that's shown on this site plan. We have were requested and did supply and provide a traffic study. I just received the email from Amy Davis with Cobb DOT just a little while ago. It's confirmed that they have accepted the traffic study for this site, but I would want to add as an additional condition, DOT may have additional comments based on that, and we're happy to incorporate their comments, if any additional comments, during plan review, so that can, I don't want to handcuff DOT in terms of comments they may make based on that. But we've discussed it with them, and we're aware and know what's going to happen with that. So we're very comfortable with adding that allowance for DOTs to make sure that they have that ability to make any additional comments that they may want. We have provided with this site plan along the left-hand side is a full, would be an undisturbed and enhanced 20-foot buffer along the left-hand side of our property adjacent to the existing residential. We have provided a buffer plan as part of our stipulations and included a letter from our landscape architect and arborist explaining how that buffer will be enhanced and left as undisturbed. This location, zoned office institutional, used for a kiddie academy, we think it's a great location. It's a great final development for this undeveloped piece at this very large area. It's really the last piece that I'm aware of in this entire 4 quadrants of Shallowford and Sandy Plains, going back, like I said, to 1985, that has not been developed. We have included an updated stipulation letter dated December 16th, 2024. We updated that letter after East Cobb Civic Association and Ms. Flam reminded me I had left some items out. So we updated that in coordination with them. In addition, East Cobb Civic Association has handed I think you their updated recommendations for this application. They recommend approval and have 5 additional recommendations from their standpoint. All 5 are agreeable to us as stated, and I'll just hand that in case Ms. Stone doesn't have it, but if she does. But we're agreeable to those 5 additional ones as well, including, they're just simply additions to our December 16th, 2024 letter. I'll be available for any questions that you may have, but in the interest of being respectful of your time, I won't belabor the point. Again, we think this is a great use of the property. We have a great team in place for Kiddie Academy to operate the site. This site has already received, the Kiddie Academy has already received the Architectural Control Committee approval of the proposed building. If you remember, this particular area, based on those old zonings, is covered by a specific architectural committee that involves Mr. Peterson and several other community members. That has already occurred. Again, at this point, we have met and received recommendation and support from East Cobb Civic Association, and we hope that you include all of those conditions that we have proposed and respectfully request your approval of this other business application. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in support? There's a balance of 4 minutes on the clock. Cannot seeing any. We'll hear from opposition. Yes, ma'am.
So sorry, the acoustics right there, I can't understand anything you said.
I'm going to come closer to the mic, and maybe that will help.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm with East Cobb Civic Association, and this is not so much of an opposition to the application, but there's some staff comments that we haven't heard yet. In fact, Mr. Moore and I were on the phone on Monday after he issued his stipulation letter, going over the document you have in front of you and talking about the stipulations. However, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I received a call from DOT saying, while they had received the traffic study, that they were not ready to publish their comments. And in fact, they weren't going to be available for this meeting. Now, one of the main concerns of the neighbors was traffic and how this use would affect the traffic on Gordy Parkway, and how can we recommend approval of an application when we don't have the results of the traffic study or DOT's comments. And in fact, in Mr. Moore's letter, item 12 says they agree to comply with the DOT comments and recommendations so long as same provides for right-in, right-out access and left-in access. We don't know if that's going to be possible from a DOT standpoint. And that's why what was sent to you yesterday was a request to have this case continued until we have all of DOT's comments. If they come back and say, hey, this is all possible, we're fine with it, with the additional stipulations. But once again, we don't know the answer to that question, hence the reason we're not exactly in opposition, but are recommending this case be held. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else here to speak in opposition, John, I'll ask you for staff's recommendation before turning it over to Commissioner Burrow.
And Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the letter from Kevin Moore dated December 16th, 2024, which includes the buffer plan dated November 5th, 2024, and the site plan dated October 31st, 2024. Number 2, District Commissioner approved the final building elevations after review and approval by the Architectural Control Committee. Number 3, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number 5, fire department comments contained in the other business packet.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Lahia?
Yes, Ligia Florem, DOT.
I just found out yesterday, too, that the traffic study had been received by DOT, but you hadn't had time to review it. But we walked the property to see if the request for the entrance on Gordy Parkway would be acceptable with sight distance and egress and ingress, with a decel lane, right in, right out only, and a left turn in only.
Correct.
So, and that was accepted by DOT.
Correct, yes.
The traffic study, did that change anything on, or increase anything on the traffic pattern?
Correct. So let me start by saying that, yes, we considered the driveway, and that was a big conversation. We had an analysis done, or the consultant submitted an analysis for us to consider having the driveway where they had it, because we were meeting our standards for sight distance. So we had that long conversation and an analysis of it, and we compromised or came to the conclusion that if we restrict the left out, they will be able to comply with national standards for sight distance. And so the driveway was accepted as proposed, with the right in, right out, and left in only, forbidding the left out or the through across the street. So that was one issue, and that was put to rest. I think we agree on that. Then the traffic study is because they trigger a traffic study based on their trip generation. So they provided a submittal 2 last week. So usually our estimated time frame for our team to review a traffic study is 2 weeks minimum before the hearing. So they haven't had a chance to review it, even though I read it. The whole team hadn't read it yet and haven't provided their feedback. But we did accelerate that review, and as Kevin Moore mentioned, as we're in this meeting, we received the approval of the traffic study as submitted. The traffic study analyzed the intersections of Gordy Parkway and Sandy Plains Road, Gordy Parkway and Highland Lane Shopping Plaza, and Gordy Parkway and Sandy Plains at the site driveway. And they analyzed that for the existing, the no build in the future, and the build in the future. And what we are concerned about is how this development will affect those intersections. And the traffic study yield that the intersections will operate at an acceptable level of C or more in the future. So we're okay with accepting the traffic study as it is, and we don't consider the development to have a major disruption to the traffic as it stands. So we approve the traffic study.
Okay. And can you submit it for the record so that it's in the file, and also send East Cobb Civic Association a copy?
Absolutely, yes.
And the applicant, and with the recommendation
Sure.
that it's acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, and then also, for the record, the Architectural Control Committee has given approval as well. And I will submit this for the record after I make a copy. And that some of these were kind of last minute, but I think I'm ready to make a motion. So I make a motion that we approve other business item number 64 with Mr. Kevin Moore's stipulation letter, December 16th, 2024, which gives the hours of operation for operating the daycare, but also the construction hours, which are agreeable. And I'm glad to see you put the Georgia Native Plant Rescue. Sherry George will be happy. And I'm also, number 10, just wanted to emphasize that that's not a 20-foot landscape buffer, which is required. It's an enhanced undisturbed buffer. So there will be additional planning in there, and nothing can be built in there. It is undisturbed in perpetuity. So I just want to make those statements as well. And any elevation, site plan, final site plan to come back for approval to the district commissioner and review and comments from East Cobb Civic Association and the Architectural Control Committee. And all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? What do you want to do, Commissioner Brewer? We're in the middle of getting ready to vote, and I'm seeing a no from Attorney Rowland.
There's a motion that's pending before the board for the board to consider.
And just so that I'm in discussion, we have factored in all of the stipulations that were agreeable, the extra 5, or what? No?
It's just not appropriate. This is not.
No? Or, I just thought that was what the applicant came and presented. But that's fine.
The stip letter from the applicant?
Yeah, the applicant also referenced in their presentation the ECCA 5.
Where are ECCA's 5?
You can use mine.
And I just wasn't sure if I heard them or missed them.
I'm sorry. How did I miss those? Well, okay, and,
Want to amend your?
yeah, let me amend it. The applicant was agreeable to all these as written, correct? Okay, so. Okay, so let me amend to, in addition, add these 5 recommendations from East Cobb Civic. What else are they? They hit.
No further questions?
I got
that
them.
was seconded. Oh,
She's got it. Oh, she has.
That's all. Who's the second?
Okay, would you like to read those into the record? So that's-
I can. I need to read these as,
You need to identify them some way, if you're just saying the dated from the East Cobb Civic Association, and then if the clerk has a copy, then that's fine.
okay, I don't see a date on here. When was this received?
Today. Yes.
Oh, no wonder I didn't see them. Okay, and adding the 5 stipulations from East Cobb Civic Association letter dated December 17th, 2024.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Okay, not seeing any, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, next case is other business item number 74 of 2024, which is to consider a stipulation site plan amendment for Riverview Associates Limited regarding cases Z49 of 2008 and 102 of 2016. The property is located at the northwesterly intersection of Cobb Parkway and Paces Mill Road in land lots 976, 977, 1016, and 1017 of the 17th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 74?
There's one, two.
So we have two? Three? Okay. Let the record show there's 3 people here opposed. All those who support the application, please raise your hands. None? Okay, let the record show there's none. All right.
Okay, you may go ahead, Kevin. You can go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Riverview Associates in this application for other business for site plan approval. And if you'll recall, last month, we went through a full presentation and showed you what I think you would agree and would all have agreed is a beautiful project for redevelopment of this property, just over 16 acres located at the intersection of Cobb Parkway and Paces Mill Road. That was held for us to look at a couple of issues, and I'm happy to report that we were able to resolve the identified items. And so rather than, unless you have questions, which we're happy to answer always, again, being sensitive to your time, what I'm going to do is simply highlight for you the 3 items that we have now agreed upon that would be in addition to our stipulation letter that are actual changes that just hone in on what's been changed and not go through the whole presentation again. Because again, this is an outstanding project, and I'm very happy to report that the parties have been able to work together, and I think you'll hear that confirmation. First, this is the site plan to remind you, Cobb Parkway at the bottom, Paces Mill on the left, that would be for a mixed-use project. For this mixed-use project, the item that caused some discussion and that we were to figure out with DOT dealt with this particular access at this location as far as a left-hand turn lane. If you remember, the discussion was the ability to do a left-hand turn lane. Was it going to meet DOT standards and so forth? What we have done is worked with DOT on a couple of different designs and worked with them and cooperated with them and met with them, and I want to certainly thank DOT for its work with us. This is submitted to DOT and also here. This is that left or that access point that I showed you on the site plan here on Paces Mill Road. What this design now shows is a dedicated left-hand turn lane that has a lane of 75 feet with a taper of 50 feet. That is what we worked out with DOT and which they have indicated their acceptance stated their acceptance of this design. So I wanted to present that to the board so that you would know the result of that from DOT as well. Secondly, there was discussion, if you recall, this walking trail that was proposed as a amenity for the residential portion of this property with a pedestrian bridge, and you'll recall there was some discussion on that item as well. We have at this point agreed that to a condition that the walking trail and pedestrian bridge would be removed as part of this proposal and site plan, so that obviously addresses that issue and concern, and that has now been removed. Along with that, one of the stipulations in our letter that is operative states that we agree as the applicant to meet with the police precinct commander and the precinct to review our proposed building plans and designs so that we could review with them security protocols, additional security recommendations that they would have so that those could be incorporated And we continue to want to do that, and have agreed to meet with them. As an addition to that, we want to state that that meeting will be coordinated with Vinings Village Homeowner Association so they can participate as well. And we're happy to do that. We've worked very well with them. So that's the third item. So again, the three items are: one, the left turn lane design as recommended now by DOT, and thank you for them for their really cooperating with us and looking at that and seeing how that could work for all parties involved. Number two is the removal of the pedestrian bridge and walking trail that's shown on the site plan. And number three is that our meeting with the Cobb County Police Precinct will be coordinated with Vinings Village Homeowner Association so they can participate. Those are the three items, and if you have any additional questions, we're here to answer those for you, and certainly recommend your approval and respectfully request your approval of this other business item with the operative stipulation letter, with no other changes from what was presented last month. Thank you.
Okay, yes, we'll now hear from opposition if there's no one else here in support. Yes, please. I'm glad he asked.
Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Cobb? Yes. Nice to meet you. How are you? You want to give me control? Thank you so much. All righty. My name is Todd Freiberger. My wife, Janet, and I, we live at 3305 Stillhouse Road Southeast. We are one of two single-family resident property owners that share a property line with the applicant's development. There are also several dozen homeowners at the Essex House condominiums that also share a boundary. I had previously prepared to stand in opposition for this application. However, we're pleased to share our endorsement of it. I think it will serve as an example of how a developer and the community can work together to resolve issues. I want to personally thank the Vinings Village HOA for their leadership. We've worked together to create a consortium of nearly 143 homeowners in the area along the Paces Mill, Stillhouse Road, and the Cochise community. And together, those homeowners represent nearly $87 million of appraised property value, and their voices were heard. So I commend the applicant for listening to us and incorporating that input into OB 74.
Okay, before you continue, I know we formally have 10 minutes for support and 10 minutes in opposition, and if this is in support, I would presume they would get the balance of time for supporting the application bill.
There's approximately 5 minutes left.
Yes,
still.
I would say we
So we
allocate
get
the 5
yeah.
minutes, yes. Okay, we'll give you 5.
Thank you.
And I'll just share, I know that you're saying support, but there are elements by which I think you want it on the record that were in opposition that are a part of
Correct.
the
Okay.
steps, but yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, our concerns related to safety and security were associated with the bridge and trails that were proposed for this area. With the removal of those features from the site plan, the majority of our concerns go away. But those concerns really were associated with what has been several decades of unauthorized access from folks that really are not entitled to come into the area from Cobb Parkway. That includes criminal activity, teens. There have been hunters, bow hunters that have come into the area and other things around this. So we are pleased that the bridge and the trails are eliminated because that would provide an open access from Cobb Parkway into the neighborhood area. And so what we also support is then the stipulation letter that we will continue that dialogue around safety and security, that as the development progresses, that they will put barriers to preclude that access as part of this. And that's also, that's the spirit of what's being put into the stipulation letter, is that we will participate in that safety and security dialogue going forward. Okay. With that, I appreciate your time. Happy holidays to you all.
Thank you, appreciate it. I believe that was the only person in opposition. John, can you give us, staff's recommendation?
Yes. Staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the letter of stipulations from Kevin Moore dated November 12, 2024, which includes the site plan. Number 2, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number 5, all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
All right, Commissioner Richardson.
Sure thing, and certainly a lot, as you all saw, it is a beautiful project. It's very exciting coming to our Cumberland doorstep. Do appreciate all of the work that the community has put in. I recall, as I stated in the last hearing, the first version of this being introduced, we had a full house of opposition that showed up, and to say that this is where we are at this point, it's incredibly exciting. So with that, I am going to motion to approve this OB 74, and it's going to include the stipulations as presented by November 12th, I think is the latest one on record, to also include the recommendation by DOT after the analysis was done on the turning lane, which thank you so much for that turnaround and analysis. And then 2, to add the removal of the bridge and the trail to the site plan, since this is a site plan approval. And 3, for that to just add a little bit of color to the security requirement in the stipulation, that Vining's HOA be included in the conversation in creating that security plan. And just for the record, for Vining's HOA to make sure that the adjacent residents are included and aware of those conversations as well. And then all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict, and previous stipulations for this parcel not otherwise in conflict. And hopefully that covers the list.
I'll second your motion, but my only question is having the Vining Homeowners Association involved in the security, do you want to be, or the district commissioner to be the final
Yes.
arbitrator?
Thank you. I wrote it down and did not say it. Thank you. Yes, for them to review and final approval for the district commissioner.
Very good.
Thank you.
And I will second that motion.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay.
Wonderful.
Not seeing any, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners, and I believe we're at our final
Yes.
application.
Next item is other business item number 77 of 2024, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Propco Liberty LLC regarding rezoning case Z18 of 2022. The property is located on the south side of Liberty Hill Road, east of Canton Road, in land lot 660 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 77? One? Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. Oh, is there anyone here in support of other business item number 77? So we got one in support, okay? Let the record show there's one person here in support.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the property owner Propco Liberty in this other business application. On your screen is the overhead GIS for this property. It's located on Liberty Hill Road. You see that it's just east of the intersection of Liberty Hill and Canton Road. This property is now zoned NRC. That's a result of a zoning case that was approved in 2022 by this board, which rezoned this property, which had previously been zoned GC, been zoned general commercial since 1972, and it was now zoned NRC in 2022. This property, as you know, along Canton Road corridor, a variety of properties have that issue, and that is their zone GC. You can see we have general commercial zone properties. You can see on the aerial right now, on the GIS before you, the various GC zone properties that still remain that way today. Of course, this property, though, was in a neighborhood activity center, and therefore it had to come back in for rezoning, which is what precipitated us coming in 2022. And we had a good number of stipulations that went into that, and we were able to work through that and work through those issues, and appreciated that. This now comes before you as another business application. This particular building, and it's the bigger building that you see in the middle there on your screen, is, by and large, it's a metal building. It was built in the, we'll call it early 70s, when this was GC, probably even before that. But it's been built, it's not dilapidated at all, but it's been built and used since that time. However, it is a building that is more built for uses that are not necessarily like a storefront, and certainly it's not necessarily in a storefront type location. Liberty Hill Road there crosses the railroad tracks on the right-hand side. That's what you see on the right, and then you see it's a short distance from Canton Road. Because of where it is, the uses for it are somewhat limited because it's not on the frontage of Canton Road, and it's just off of that frontage. We had, at the time of the approval in 2022, there was a furniture type store that was going to be able to run a retail and delivery type operation that was slated for this location. Unfortunately, that furniture store was not able to, it came in, but was not able to make it. And so for the last year, we have been looking, and the owner has been looking to replace them, obviously for a tenant. And we went through a variety of uses. There were proposed tenants that could have been here, and we self-regulated that. We didn't think they were the right type of tenant. They were far too more industrial slanted, which we knew that's not what this is, or didn't fit in with NRC at all. And so we chose not to go with those. What's presented for you today, the company and proposed tenant is called Turf Masters. They are a very reputable, credit-worthy tenant, do an outstanding job. Turf Masters, though, is not a landscape company. Or a landscape contractor. Turf Masters is fertilizing your lawn. Technically, they're do lawn and landscape fertilization, weed control, disease, and infestation. You and I know them as the guys that come around very friendly. If you have their service as a resident and homeowner or a commercial business owner, they arrive very friendly in their truck with the tank that's on their truck, and they come out and spray your lawn, and then they go to the next place. That's what Turf Masters does, and does a very good job of that. We think this is an excellent location for them because they are, like I said, a very high-quality company. This building is set up for them. Their operation is a very clean operation, actually. So how do those tanks get filled? They're filled inside the building. This building, because of its orientation, has a ramp. It would be done inside the interior of the building. Trucks would pull in when they need to be filled up with fill their tank, and then they can pull back out of the building. So that's done interior. But what happens with this particular use is the remainder of the day is an office and administrative services for Turf Masters, and then the remainder of the time is the parking of their trucks. It's about 25 trucks that would be parked and go out in their travels during the day and do what they do in terms of spraying the various lawns, and then they would return. No other real activity other than the office activity that would take place during the day. So we feel like it's a low impact use. We have agreed to certain stipulations on a stipulation letter dated December 11th. There's 6 stipulations that we have agreed to, primarily involving hours of operation, Monday to Saturday, 6 to 6. Also as it relates to dumpsters and where those will be located to the rear with fully enclosed and rubber bumper lids. Also that any signage should not be backlit. And then we've also incorporated all of the other stipulations that remain in effect since from the 2022 zoning. As part of this proposal, when this application came to us in talking with the property owner and we had it submitted, we had worked with Ms. Carol Brown of Canton Road Neighbors on the prior application in 2022, so we sent that to her to say, essentially, and I asked her, listen, can we talk? I want to get with you on this. The response was that I was informed that she was slowing down. She wasn't going to be looking at being involved in the zoning cases, and that I was to, she in fact copied David Poteet, who's been a longtime resident of this area. He lives very close to this property, to contact David Poteet to work with him and let him lead from a community standpoint the interaction. So we did that. I worked very closely with Mr. Poteet, had a number of conversations with him to develop the stipulations that we have here. The additional stipulation that we have also discussed That's not in my letter that he wanted me to include, which I'm happy to include, is that truck traffic exiting would be limited to Canton Road to this entrance. Truck traffic is prohibited to go through or turn a right and go out Liberty Hill and through the neighborhood that way. And we would place signage to that effect. So truck traffic would be limited on Liberty Hill from our access point entrance to Canton Road and be prohibited from turning right, and we can do signage to that effect. And again, this is a type of tenant, a type of company that would enforce that very much so and take care of that. That was the additional stipulation that they were looking for, and we're happy to do that. And work that out. Last week, Ms. Brown did interject, which she's certainly entitled to do, and has come out in opposition at this time. Just wanted to let you know the story behind that, because I know that this board always asks for us to work with the community folks, and it would be unusual for us not to have worked with Ms. Brown here, and we would have otherwise. But again, we worked with whom we were supposed to work with, and that's how this process is supposed to work. We were directed to work with Mr. Poteet and the community members and residents that he sought, which we did, to obtain their support with these conditions, with the additional condition that I spoke of. This type of use we think is ideal. This building is set up so that we can have all of the activity interior other than the parking of the vehicles. There is no outside storage, which isn't permitted here anyway and is prohibited by our stipulations from 2022. So there's no outside storage. Our stipulations in 2022 provide that there's no parking of vehicles except for vehicles associated with the use. We're in conformance and compliance with that stipulation. This type of use is much more simply a service use to residents and commercial businesses alike. Again, for those smallish type trucks with tanks to come out and simply spray the fertilizer. Again, all the chemicals, everything is stored interior to the building, and the filling up of the tanks is interior to the building. All the activity takes place interior, which is also consistent with the stipulations that were in place in 2022. This type of use, we believe, is low impact. Number one. Number two, it does provide a service to residents, community in the area. Number three, they are a very clean, reputable, high-quality business and company that would be an asset to this area and an asset for this property so that it can continue to be used in a manner in which it's built for. I'm here, can answer any questions. We also have representatives from Turf Masters in case there's any specific questions there that I'm not aware of. But we respectfully request your approval of this other business application. Again, we worked with the community we were directed to work with to receive their support and did so. If Ms. Brown has a different opinion, I fully support her right to have that opinion, different opinion. But I do want to let you know there was a process. It wasn't simply us not being engaged. We were fully plugged in and engaged as part of this. And she has a difference of opinion, which is a right I'll defend her every day for. But with that, we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll hear from opposition.
Good afternoon or good evening. Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. One's for the clerk and one's for everybody else. And I'm sorry about this, but I sort of came to this rather late. That's why I sent out my clarification letter. I will be active in Canton Road Neighbors until April, at least. And then after that, unless I relocate, I will be active as Carol Brown in my own area, as I'm certainly allowed to do. It is certainly true that Mr. Moore talked to Mr. Poteet, who lives in the neighborhood north of this. I am here representing the people who live on Liberty Hill and who drive out onto Liberty Hill every day, who are all opposed to this. And some of the people that are the most concerned live within 500 feet of subject property. Their driveways are actually on Liberty Hill. And let me go ahead and read from my letter. And I'm sorry it was so late, but the circumstances were such that necessitated. Okay. This other business item is not as innocuous as it might seem. At the time subject property rezoned in April 2022, there were multiple code violations in effect. The worst offender was a landscape contractor who brought vegetative waste and landscape materials onto the site without a SLUP. Dumpsters were overflowing. The lot was being used to store towed or inoperative vehicles. The tenants lacked a business license. The property owner had neglected his industrial investment for years and had a potential tenant now, at the time, a furniture dealer, and needed to rezone to NRC. The owner agreed to paint the warehouse, install wood privacy fence, and landscape the right-of-way along Liberty Hill near the east gate. There were lengthy stipulations, and after much discussion, Z18 was approved on consent. The warehouse was repainted, the wood fence was built, and later the arborvitae were planted. The lot was cleaned up. The landscape contractor did not move out by January 31st, 2023, as agreed, and stayed well into that year. The furniture dealer Bosfori LLC is no longer in the warehouse, so the entire 2.6 acres is vacant. The right-of-way in front of the site was not mowed or maintained well and was only cleaned up prior to the other business hearing. You see the large warehouse. There's several old residential-type frame buildings, and then, of course, that shows the location of the site. I don't believe the owner ever met the DOT recommendations for C or D, let alone agree to install sidewalks along the narrow road. Moore's letter agreed to the above in his letter in 2022 in number 18A and B, but I don't believe that they were ever fulfilled. Now they want to remove the stipulation prohibiting landscape contractor because they have a potential new tenant, Turf Masters Lawn Care. Quoting from the company webpage, Turf Masters is a lawn care company providing lawn fertilization and weed control, tree and shrub care, aeration and seeding, growth regulation, and fungicides, serving the Southeast since 2002. Mr. Moore and an employee of Turf Masters both assured me that this is not a landscape contractor. It is lawn care, primarily by application of chemical treatments. This means that Turf Masters is a pesticide contractor, and the state of Georgia requires that any person applying pesticides on the lands of another be issued a pesticide contractor's license by the Commissioner of Agriculture. We don't doubt that they're in compliance, but that's what they are. Let me see, these are photographs that I could find of a couple of existing Turf Master sites, and it's fine at what you would expect for a lawn care company of this type. However, several Liberty Hill residents and I have some questions for Mr. Moore about this application, and we've not had the opportunity to discuss these with him. We are in receipt of his very brief stipulation letter. Number one, if Turf Masters is not a landscape contractor, why are they requesting to amend Z18 by removing the prohibition on landscape contractors? Two, it appears that Turf Master will only be leasing the frame buildings on the west side of the property, about 2,000 square feet, but we're not sure of that now. Are they going to be taking the whole 2.6 acre site, including the large warehouse? How many service trucks will be parked on the site? Will the service trucks tow landscape trailers? Will 18-wheel trucks be delivering chemicals to the site? And will they be stored in the frame buildings or in the warehouse? What contingency plans or requirements are in place to ensure notification and protection of the public in the event of a spill or accident? This property is adjacent to Little Noonday Creek. What stipulations or plans can you provide to ensure that chemicals will not spill or leach into Little Noonday? Why have you been reluctant to meet with residents of Liberty Hill and discuss this application? These are the people who will be directly impacted by this business, both by traffic and by the chemicals mixed and stored inside. My subdivision comes out at the intersection of Leslie Maud and Liberty Hill, and we're just a short drive from the railroad tracks. The other people involved, there's also, and this is, Liberty Hill is a gentrifying area. Addison Road has estate lots and estate homes, very expensive homes. And then there's a little subdivision, Talamil, off of Addison Road. And would you go ahead and please roll the little video for me? I'm just going to show you that this is actually a residential area. And this is me driving. I believe I'm heading west. I'm on Liberty Hill, heading west up towards Canton Road. And this is a residential area. It's very narrow, you can see. The latest traffic volume count that I was able to get from DOT, thank you very much, was about 1,700 vehicles per day, and that's from 2019. So it's a heavily traveled, narrow road. This, you could see that the property is on the left, subject property is on the left, and now I'm heading east towards the railroad tracks on Liberty Hill, and subject property will be on my right. There are no sidewalks. It's very narrow. It's a tight squeeze for any vehicles. There are potholes that need filling. The visibility going over the railroad tracks is bad going in both directions. So for any type of use that's going to generate any type of, I guess you can see what the road is like, any type of use that's going to generate any kind of volume of traffic, as this will, it's just not good for the area. To me, this is not really an NRC type use. This is an industrial type use. It'll be an intense service business. All right. Finally, the frame buildings are in very close proximity to the new Thumbs Up Diner. Very close proximity. That has outdoor dining with outdoor seating. What can you do to assure the safety of those patrons regarding potential fumes or odors per NRC use limitations? On reflection, it seems likely that removing the prohibition on landscape contractor is not necessary to accommodate turf masters. However, it would certainly open the door for a second business, another landscape contractor, to share the premises and possibly rent some of the buildings not being used. Then there would be two related businesses on the 2.86 acre site, which could become very intense. We believe that this is not a neighborhood-friendly use in such close proximity to residents and a diner, a neighborhood diner with outdoor seating. This is better suited to an industrial park, as photos of several existing Turf Master locations show. We believe that this should be denied. However, if the Board of Commissioners approves this, we want the following stipulations added to those adopted in Z18 in 2022. Limit the hours of operation to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday, closed Sunday. All 18-wheel deliveries, all service vehicles shall enter subject property from the signalized intersection at Canton and Liberty Hill and shall exit subject property to the west to the signalized intersection at Canton and Liberty Hill. No daily use of Liberty Hill east of the railroad crossing to get to Morgan. No daily cut-through or use of Leslie Maud Drive in Powell Wright or Addison. Compliance with DOT recommendations C and D, which they never complied with back in 2022. Installation of sidewalks the full frontage of property to the railroad on the southern side within 6 months of approval, because this industrial user wants to get the maximum intensity for the least cost. No vegetative waste to be brought on site. All staff comments, letters of stipulation from Kevin Moore for Z18, and letter from Canton Road neighbors for Z18, 2022, not otherwise in conflict. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Carol. John, can you tell us what staff's recommendation is?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the Board approve the request, subject to the letter of conditions from Kevin Moore dated December 11th, 2024. Number two, a lawn care application business is permitted, and that includes a business that applies lawn fertilization, weed control, disease and insect control. Number three, no outside storage except for service trucks. Number four, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number five, all previous conditions not in conflict to remain in effect.
Okay, I'll turn things over to the district commissioner.
Okay. John, this is in a NAC and is currently zoned NRC.
Correct.
So what are they asking for? Special contractors license, use, or this use only? And also, is this considered redevelopment? Because
Okay.
on the previous zoning sidewalks were required upon redevelopment. So is this considered redevelopment, or are they still asking for NRC?
No,
and an
what
act?
they're showing in their plan would not cross the threshold of being a redevelopment.
So what will the zone, are we deleting it to something else, or is it still NRC?
It's zoned NRC right now, but what the applicant needs is the NRC with a special exception for the lawn care service.
Okay. Okay. I need Lahia to come up, and then Mr. Moore.
Ligia Florem, DOT.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Lahia, we talked about restricting a right turn out and all trucks and vehicles entering and exiting have to access the signal at Canton Road. Liberty Hill, after you get past this business, is residential. And many times I have gone by there on Canton Road, and you can look to the right, and there are other trucks, other companies, you know, service trucks that cut through there. I can't really do anything about those unless it was made to be a no truck route, which I'm not sure you can do that on Liberty Hill, but that may be something we look into in the future. But I know it's already being done as a cut-through. But I can restrict it with this property because they're before us for zoning. So, and it can be enforced if the neighbors or anybody sees someone turning, a truck or vehicle turning right out going towards Morgan Road. Because we want to prohibit that going through neighborhood roads with, you know, truck traffic, but also, you know, service trucks. So the applicant would be responsible for putting up the no left, no right turn signs, and would they need to do anything at the entrance to help block that, or just signage, or what would you recommend they do?
That is a good question. Thank you, Commissioner. So as you mentioned, Liberty Hill is not on the no truck zone. So they will have to go through a process to be determined and to be labeled as such. And then all other trucks will follow suit, and it could be enforced by the police. But for this particular development, you could, it is the program of the board to restrict it and to put that as a condition. And it will be upon the developer to put signs up. And yes, that's the only way to enforce it, is for someone to watch it and to catch it, doing it and report it. But DOT will not be able to enforce it, of course, or to be vigilant of it, unless somebody tells us about it.
Right, right.
Yes.
But just like See, Click, Fix, they could take a picture of the truck going the wrong way, or email me or code enforcement or police.
Sure.
So could Liberty Hill be a no truck route from Canton to Morgan?
I can't answer that at this point. I will have to go through a process through our traffic operations team for an analysis of it and see. They probably have standards that I don't have in front of me
Yeah.
to tell you what it is that they have to adhere to
Okay.
determine whether
Well,
it can be.
I'd like to request that you look
Sure.
into that.
And I can
to
bring
make
that
the
to-
whole area from Canton to Morgan a no
Okay.
truck route.
I will bring that to their attention so that they can start studying it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have anything for Lahia? No? Okay,
Okay.
that's all I really wanted.
Right,
your
thank you.
comments on. Mr. Moore, can you approach? Okay, it's my understanding that all the trucks will load inside,
Yes,
the storage of the material, chemicals, whatever they use to spray the lawns, will be stored inside.
Correct.
Enclosed.
correct.
My other question is, well, I know we've talked and you're agreeable to the no right out
Yes,
and restrict it just to Canton Road at the signal.
yes.
The other thing is, in the zoning from Z18, number 2, your operational hours for loading and unloading were 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
Correct.
And I'm going to recommend that the loading of the trucks, even though they're inside, not start until 7 a.m.
Okay. We
The
can,
same hours.
our operational hours can, just to answer that question, can be, because I heard Ms. Brown as well, it would be, 7 to 6 Monday through Friday and 7 to 2 p.m. on Saturday.
Well, the noise ordinance doesn't allow trash trucks or noise
Correct.
until after 7 a.m.
Right.
So, I don't want any 6 a.m.
And that's fine. We're agreeable to 7 a.m.
The Saturday hours, I think Ms. Brown said 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And I'd like to
And you're
shift
asking
it
what?
7 to 2 for Saturday. That's how they operate from a company-wide standpoint, so it
Okay,
is
well,
less
let me
than on Saturday.
think about that.
Okay.
Because Saturday, people like to sleep.
I don't view this as being that noisy. It's just when they leave. I mean, it's not, but we respect your decision, obviously.
Sir,
Yes.
sir,
I mean, again, he can provide he can help
can-
provide
I was
clarification.
just
We
gonna
just
let
got to
you
do it
call
from the
it.
microphone. You can
Yeah.
come up here,
Yeah,
sir, and
please.
help answer the question. Yes, does he need to be sworn in? Bill?
He's going to talk to Kevin, and Kevin's going to relay it.
Okay.
So do you want to work Saturdays? His only point was that Saturdays is infrequent. It's not every Saturday, so it's a very infrequent basis. But if they do want to service a customer on Saturday, that's how they're used to coming in at 7 and they turn around and would be done and come back out. He was just wanting you to know, it's not an every Saturday. It's very, very infrequent.
but you still want to be able to start at 7.
On that infrequent time.
Well,
I can just
I know.
share, just from my observation, when I see these vehicles in my neighborhood, they're in and out very early in the morning, and it helps to not impede traffic that's going to work in the morning or school buses coming in the neighborhood. They just get it done very quickly, early, and they're gone.
They're gone, yep.
how about 7:30? We'll compromise. 7
That
to
would be
8.
fine.
We'll compromise at 7:30.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want some clarification and agreement on this next item, because this wasn't addressed. But you say that the trucks will come in, load inside, all the material, chemicals, whatever, are stored inside.
Right.
So when they go out and spray and come back at the end of the day,
Right.
are they empty? Maybe, maybe not, depending on how many yards they did. Just swear him in and let him talk.
Yeah. So, no, they're not emptied out at that point. They may be empty, or if they're close to empty, it just stays in the truck and then it's refilled. So they're not dumping it, in other words.
No, I know, but for them to park on the yard at the end of the day,
In the lot, yeah, they'd have to park on a hard
they need,
surface.
if they're not empty and
Yes.
maybe have a little bit of residue or whatever,
Yes,
I don't want them filling up at night and sitting on the yard,
They're filled up in the morning.
because in case that they leak or whatever. And then the other thing is,
And that's agreeable. They do that in the
they
morning.
need to load in the mornings.
That's fine.
After 7. Okay. I don't want them full sitting on the yard.
That's fine.
Because of any, hazard or whatever.
Sure.
Also, turf masters being what they are, I assume, but I want to know, do you have a remediation plan for any spills indoors, outdoors, on the road, wherever you go?
Yes.
Do you have a plan?
I don't have it sitting here with me. I know that they have a corporate plan for that, yes.
Okay,
'Cause
can
we
that-
asked about that, and they said, yes, they have that.
Can that be submitted,
Sure,
the plan?
sure.
Yes, so if you can provide, how are the chemicals disposed of? I mean,
mean,
not necessarily if
ultimately-
there's a spill, but if you have the chemicals, do you just store them until perpetuity? Yes, can we swear?
Yeah.
Because I'm just referring to a question that she has here. Yes.
State your name.
My name's Matthew Leiter. Good afternoon. Hope you all are having a great day so far. You were asking about the chemicals and how they're being used. They're used on a daily basis. Typically, we do try to go to a zero tank fill when we come back to the shop. There are days when a gate's locked or a dog's outside and we can't treat that lawn, so we miscalculated and we might have 20 gallons of product left over. One of the nice things about these is the actual active ingredient is less than 7% of the total mixture rate. So it is a very diluted product. 93% of it, if not more on most mixes, is water.
Okay.
But we do try to use it every single day. When we switch over to new programs and new services, we manage it to where we are purposefully trying to get as minimal of the current product in so that we go on top of the new product.
Okay.
We're managing accordingly. And we do try to be environmentally friendly. The Department of Agriculture has strict regulations on how we contain equipment, how we use our equipment, and how we store it. We abide by it. We do have a pesticide licensed contractors that would transfer because this was coming from a new location to the Marietta location. And I think, and as our cleanup policy, first thing, contact your manager. If it's anything more than 3 gallons, we actually have to contact the state once we spill. We have cleanup equipment on every single location to where if it is a big spill, which that never happens, but accidents do happen, we do have the ability to get out there immediately and take care of it.
Okay. Very good. So just for clarification then, you are using and you are utilizing your product. There is no release.
We do
and
not
dumping of
release
that
and waste
product into a
anything.
drain. Okay.
I'll be honest with you, because that's money going down the drain.
Okay.
And I hate to put it that way, but it's a business and it's the truth.
I receive that.
So, I mean, that's.
Okay. Very
that's what-
good.
The only other thing you said early, we leave early. You're 100% correct. We do like to leave early, especially in the summer months. When you're going around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we want to get our guys back as quickly as possible. So we do try to work the 40 hours as quickly as possible, Monday through Friday. So one, they don't have to work Saturdays, because I don't know any blue-collar worker that wants to work on a Saturday if they just work Monday through Friday, whether it's overtime or not. Family life is much more important. And we do, in most of our branches, they're completely closed down by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The only scenarios that doesn't happen is when we get really cold, which, once again, knock on wood, isn't too often here. Our tanks do freeze sometimes, and we got to thaw them, so we delay the start a little bit. It's very rarely, though, that all of our locations aren't closed by 3 o'clock.
Okay. Good. And then I saw a question with respect to smell. Is there a smell associated with the chemicals that could be concentrated in the shop
If you've
area?
never been in the business and you get your lawn sprayed with a weed control, yeah, you can usually smell it for a little while. That's when you're right on top of it, though. As far as permeating from a branch, no, I've never come across a situation like that.
Okay. All right.
Question while he's still here. Sure. A question. There was concern that was mentioned earlier, and also email opposition regarding the vegetative waste. Are you planning to bring that back to the site? If no, how do you plan to dispose of it?
We actually do not remove any vegetation from any property.
Okay.
When it comes to, when you hear weed control with us, we're actually applying a herbicide to the property and it's gonna die on your property. We actually sort of rely on you guys to mow it and actually make it go away. We don't pull anything. We don't do any mowing. We don't do any gardening of any sort. No pruning, nothing like that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a clarification, and it's going to start with John Peterson. When you were reading staff comments and recommendations, you said that there was going to be no on-site storage. So,
Outdoor storage.
no, I thought he said no on-site storage. That's why I'm asking for clarification, because I'm like going, are they just parking trucks here, or are they going to be reloading? So can you clarify that for me, please?
And Commissioner Gamble, I believe the condition I read said, I stated, no outside storage except for service trucks.
No, I thought you said something about no on-site storage. So maybe I misunderstood you.
No,
Because I wrote it down, because I was like, wait a minute.
no. It's no outdoor storage.
So no-
Because all the chemicals and the loading and all is indoors.
Indoors, so it's no outside
No
storage.
outside storage, except for the trucks that are parked.
Do we know
At the
how
end of
many
the day.
trucks they're
25.
planning? 25, okay.
Is what they're requested.
Is there parking on a hardened surface for 25?
Yes.
Yes.
To clarify too, that's one of DOT's comments that's required, is that any existing gravel areas have to be, the hardened surface has to be created. So that's part of DOT's comments for that as well. So that would have to be done.
But he has adequate parking for that number, correct, John?
Once you do that,
Once he paves and stripes or
Correct.
whatever? Yeah. Did you have something else? Kelly? Okay, I did, but now I've forgotten it.
I have one follow-up.
Go ahead.
There's also a question that may be better suited for the operator or owner of
Sure.
the site, but there was a question about large trucks coming to the site to deliver materials. Will that be occurring?
The majority of our deliveries are done by a company out of Cartersville called Southern States. They do not have 18-wheelers. They do have bigger sized trucks, but it's not 18-wheelers.
Okay.
Your typical 18-wheeler takes 22 pallets. This one, I think the most they do is 12. So I
Okay.
mean, it's bigger than an F-150, but it's not an 18-wheeler.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So they would be required to enter and exit at the Canton Road intersection too? Any vehicles coming
Yes,
there?
and there would be more than enough room to where they can get into the parking lot and move around without any problems.
Okay. And then Kevin or, also the dumpster is going to be relocated to the back of the property, I understand?
yes,
Okay, is that in your stip letter?
it is. It
Okay.
is.
And then I did, as Ms. Brown mentioned, I did receive some letters in opposition, but we also received one in support from Ms. Lori Chastain, who her property fronts Hiawassee, but her backyard is directly across the street on Liberty Hill from Turf Masters, from this proposed location.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make note of that, and the others in opposition to enter for the record. Okay. In addition to submitting your remediation plan in case of a spill, heaven forbid, can you also submit the MSDS for the chemicals that you use, or is that Can I ask for that, Bill?
I think it'd be preferable to let the state regulate what they regulate, and you just stay with the zoning.
Oh, okay, so that's regulated by the state?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are certified or, okay. And then, do you also have to have a license from the state in addition to a business license to operate in Cobb?
So in the state of Georgia, each business has to have a contractor license. Then there has to be one commercial license held by a manager. The people underneath that can work under that commercial licensed person that is employed in that branch. Currently at that branch, this is my current Woodstock location that was shown from the pictures previously that's going to be moving. There's currently 3 Cat 24, 2 Cat 41 licenses, which the Cat 24 are ornamental and lawn, the Cat 41 are mosquito. And those are all services that are provided by lawn care operators.
Okay. And you'll have to get, if this is approved, you'll have to get a Cobb County.
Well, if this is approved, what I do is I call Kelly down at the Department of Ag and say, this is where we're moving to. We got the business license here, everything's here. And she just transfers everything over.
Okay.
It's actually a pretty easy process, believe it or not.
And those are posted on your
Yes.
wall? Okay. Okay. If there are not any more questions or discussion, I'm ready to make a motion, I think. I make a motion to approve other business 77, subject to Mr. Moore's letter dated December 11th, 2024. Number 2, revised to state, applicant agrees to hours of operation Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And no Sunday operation. But that doesn't mean you can't come in and work in the office on Sunday. It's just no trucks or operations. Okay, I'm just, because you will have an office in there is all I'm saying. And number 3 is already in here, relocating the dumpster to the rear. And we're okay with the dumpsters limiting the hours of operation, because you can't dump until after 7 anyway. Okay, and then you're going to submit, you're going to restrict access on Liberty Hill to a left out only to the signal at Canton. You're going to provide signage, and it will be enforced. Then DOT is going to look into making all of Liberty Hill a no-truck route, because there are others that cut through with service trucks as well. You're going to submit a remediation plan, and all the trucks to be loaded inside the building, and only reloaded in the mornings before they leave, not at the end of the day coming back. And all parked on a hardened surface. So you will have to pave if it's not already. And All materials will be stored inside, all trucks loaded inside, no outdoor storage, and everything else we just said. And that would be my motion. And all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict to remain in effect.
Second.
All right, is there any additional discussion? Commissioner Gamble.
It sounded like there was a previous stipulation letter. Does that stipulation letter stay in effect as well?
On this case or the previous
The
zone?
from the previous one, are any of those stipulations still in effect?
Yes, but what was the previous stipulation letter from December 11th? From Kevin?
In my recommendation, Commissioner Burrow, I just stated all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect. So Kevin's letter and Carol's letter still remain in effect. We're not in conflict.
Okay. Agreed.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? We'll call the question. Okay. All right, if you can raise your hand if you support the motion. Okay, it carries 5-0. Thank you all for tuning into our meeting today. Thank you for all of those who participated. Hope you have a wonderful holiday season and look forward to seeing you next year. When we come back in January, we'll be discussing our comp plan amendments, and then in February, we'll resume zoning. So I hope you will join us then. Thanks again, and have a, again, wonderful holiday season and a Happy New Year.